Shows how little you know politics.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left, or you can go right. You can go forward, but never ever back.
I want to hear your thoughts.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic
King Chaka ENT. Y'all can check out the music on Spotify, Apple, and other services. I want to hear your thoughts.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left, or you can go right. You can go forward, but never ever back. Yeah. Just woke up.
I ain't feeling your side. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. The views and events expressed here are totally whacked and are not necessarily the views of anyone. ¿Cómo estás? Bien? ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Sí, se puede. Yes, we can. And don't take my word for it. Look that mess up. What does psychotic mean? Shit. I don't know. Here in the United States, it seems like we breed psychotics. So we should know what the definition is. Anyway, so the name of the show today is Factors That Mold Society. So, and I was thinking of like, what is the main factor that molds society? You know, how do we get to be how we are? You know, how we behave, how we perceive the world, what leads us into the politics that we have, you know, what guides our behaviors, you know. And what I came up with was education. I mean, there's other factors, but I think that the main factor is education, you know, how we were educated, what we were educated, you know, what we learned, you know, because, you know, in some countries, they teach manners first, you know, when you're young, when you're in elementary, they teach you manners before they teach you anything else. Anyways, can y'all hear me? They teach you manners Yeah, peace and love. We're back. I'm gonna come back to that. I want to start. I want to start with some democracy now. That's what I want to start with. Let me see. What page was I watching Democracy Now on? I got multiple. Okay, here it goes. Multiple accounts that I watch. 2 YouTube channels that I watch on. So sometimes I'll get mixed up. Let's start with this to warm up. Let's go.
Now, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Trump pleaded not guilty to 13 felony charges over efforts to overturn his 2020 election loss in Georgia. Trump also requested his case be tried separately from his 18 co-defendants. Trump's legal team argued an October 23rd start date for the trial does not leave enough time to prepare, while some of his co-defendants have asked for a speedy trial. Meanwhile,
that's weird, that he wants to be tried separate from his co-defendants. Is that to protect them or is that to protect him? I wonder. And we all know why he wants to push the dates back as far as he can, because the election is coming. He wants to be able to run and campaign and so forth and so on. So push it back, push it back, push it back. I become president, and then the whole thing becomes mute.
the release date for the Fulton County grand jury's final report is set for September 8th. The judge said Trump's Georgia trial will be televised and live streamed.
Wow, the trial will be televised and live streamed, and it begins in September 8th. Is that what they said? Wow, you're talking about a circus. It's election year, and that's revving up. Who knows how long they're going to drag this whole thing out? People are going to be tuning into this like it's the O.J. Simpson trial. It's going to be bigger than that. Eyes glued to the tube. Everybody's going to cover it too because it's going to get clicks. Trump is just like a treasure trove for clicks.
Related news, Georgia's Republican Governor Brian Kemp dismissed calls to launch impeachment proceedings against Fulton County DA Fani Willis, who brought the racketeering case. One of Trump's Georgia co-defendants, lawyer John Eastman, appeared on Fox News this week, where he admitted to pressuring then Vice President Mike Pence to delay certification of the election.
I explicitly told Vice President Pence in the Oval Office on January 4th that even though it was an open issue under the circumstances we had, I thought it was the weaker argument, and it would be foolish to exercise such power even if he had it. What I recommended, and I've said this repeatedly, is that he accede to requests from more than 100 state legislators in the swing states to give them a week to try and sort out the impact of what everybody acknowledged was illegality in the conduct of the election.
A federal judge sentenced two former leaders.
Yeah, man. So I don't know. I think about this, one part of this that I don't know if people know about, but it's the one black guy who was one of Trump's co-defendants, and he's the only one that's still locked up. They wouldn't give him bail or whatever. And I don't remember all the details of it, but I remember seeing a clip where he was talking about it. And he was like, he didn't want to put his family through the hardships or whatever. He also said he doesn't have lawyers. He said he's going to try to represent himself. The judge was like, okay, you're going to represent yourself? Boom. And it's like, wow, representing yourself in a RICO charge is like automatic guilty, bro. I don't know how you're going to be able to beat a RICO charge without a lawyer. How are you going to beat any charge, but especially a RICO charge? You need a lawyer, buddy. No matter how much it costs. And I get what he's saying, though. He doesn't want to put his family in debt or whatever. But it seems crazy that it's the only black guy that's a part of the co-defendants is also the only one that's still locked up.
Of the Proud Boys, Joseph Biggs and Zachary Rehl, to 17 and 15 years in prison, respectively, for the seditious conspiracy to keep Donald Trump in power by attacking the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021. The sentences are some of the stiffest yet over January 6, though prosecutors had sought 30-plus years for the two men. A lawyer for Biggs spoke after his sentence.
If your president tells you your country's been stolen, the country that people fought and died for. People are trying to take your vote from you. How are you supposed to react to that? And these people reacted violently and to their detriment. I think these cases are grotesquely overcharged.
Both men broke down in court. Two other.
Yeah, they said that the guys cried in court. The internet's been buzzing about all of that. You know, it's been a lot of memes with the guy, and they've been showing the clips related from January 6th when he was all celebrating and like, oh, this was a great day. We had a lot of fun or whatever. We just breached the Capitol building, da 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 da. And then they transposed that with the clips, what his sentence is, like 15 years. Like I can't see those guys doing less than like 7 on those charges. They're gonna sit down for a minute, and those federal charges, they may have to do a day for day, and then they'll have to do like hopefully get a parole, and that shit. I get why they crying, because if I was up in there, bro, I'd be crying too. I ain't gonna lie. That's like your life is over.
Other Proud Boys, Dominic Pizzola and Ethan Nordine, are receiving their sentences today. Former leader of the Proud Boys, Enrique Tarrio, will be sentenced Tuesday. We'll have more after headlines. The African Union has suspended Gabon's membership following Wednesday's military coup and ouster of the longtime president, Ali Bongo. The UN has also condemned the coup, but many Gabonese have voiced support for the military takeover.
It's important to remember that we've been waiting for this release for several years. The Bongo regime has been sharing out Gabon's wealth for several years. They've promoted corruption and unemployment, so we're tired of it. We've been waiting for this with real satisfaction. It's a real pleasure. Today, I'm proud to say that Gabon's independence took place on August 30th, 2023.
Meanwhile,
man, and I've been covering this one. I really think it's a big deal because after what happened, what was it, in Niger, and now you got Gabon, you got Burkina Faso, and there's another one, Mali, freaking, they're all talking about we France out of here, and Gabon is a huge oil producer, I saw some clips too where they showed money, like, after the coup, they went to the houses of people, political folks, and like the son of the president and all that. And they found duffel bags of cash in these people's house. Like, I don't know if those videos are real or whatever, because I saw some comments that said that like the money was from another country or whatever, and it wasn't dollars. And it was like, that seems kind of suspicious or whatever, kind of strange. Or whatever. Either way, the optics look really bad. So the people are gonna freaking swallow it up anyways. They know these people are corrupt as hell, and they've been wondering where the hell the money has been going. It's not going to the people. So it's like when they find duffel bags of cash in these people's house. And anyways, this is a big deal. The Gabon one is a big deal because it's such a huge oil producing country. And if they were able to have a lot more control over their oil and where the money is going and stuff, then that country can be up in no time. Like, give them a couple of years and they'll be up there, be looking like Uganda, and more power to them. I hope so. I really do. That's why I'm following this one heavy. And then other people were talking about, it's a revolution. It's kind of spreading across West Africa, and they're not saying it as that, Meanwhile, over here in the United States, we just got our popcorn and we're watching January 6th old clips and watching Donald Trump at trial and stuff, while they over there taking care of business.
Main opposition leader Albert Ando Osa, who lost his challenge to Ali Bongo in Saturday's contested election in Gabon, is calling for the junta to complete the ballot count and hand over power to civilians.
I don't think that's
in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. AFP reports at least 48 people were killed by Congolese soldiers Wednesday as armed forces cracked down on a protest against United Nations peacekeepers in the city of Goma. Dozens of others were wounded, while over 150 people were reportedly arrested. The demonstration was led by a Christian sect. UN peacekeeping efforts in the DRC have been widely criticized, as many communities say their presence has done little to prevent conflict. Violence has soared in recent years, particularly in the eastern region of the DRC. Chile's government is launching a nationwide search for over 1,000 people who are.
Hold on, let me pause it on that. The DRC, I saw a clip. I'm not going to share it. I didn't share it because I don't like that share this kind of stuff. But I saw a clip when I was on Instagram, and these innocent people got mowed down by like these military folks. And they said in the caption that this happens all the time. Like the people were protesting. They were like innocent protesting. Like they wasn't like blocking roads or nothing. They were just like protesting, like waving flags and banging pots and stuff like that. And it's like these guys dressed in military uniforms just came and mowed them all down. Number of people
were forcibly disappeared during the U.S.-backed military dictatorship of General Augusto Pinochet. Chilean President Gabriel Boric made the announcement Wednesday ahead of the 50th anniversary of the U.S.-backed coup that overthrew the democratically elected President Salvador Allende, who died in the palace September 11, 1973. Survivors of the Pinochet regime have long demanded justice.
We had the hope that they were alive, but as years went by, we realized they weren't. At least they should have told us what happened to them, what was done to them. That is the worst part of these 50 years.
In Colombia, a Truth and Justice Tribunal found the U.S.-trained general, Mario Montoya, responsible for 130 extrajudicial killings and disappearances between 2002 and 2003. Montoya is accused of deliberately mislabeling civilians killed by his soldiers as enemy combatants as part of the false positives scandal. Over 6,000 civilians, including children and disabled people, were killed by Colombian soldiers from 2002 to 2008, who then classified their victims as fighters from the FARC, that's the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia. The Biden administration Thursday sent another deportation flight to Haiti with at least 60 asylum seekers. This came a day after the State Department urged U.S. citizens to immediately leave Haiti due to worsening violence. Immigrant rights advocates condemned the deportations. This is Guerline Joseph, executive director of the Haitian Bridge Alliance.
To really highlight the inhumane nature of those deportations, I want to share one of the people who got deported this morning is a woman who has been in detention since February. She has been dealing with chronic pain, extreme medical issues. She fainted 3 times while in detention in Florida. Upon return from the hospital, she was put on a plane and deported this morning. She is stuck with nowhere to go, and her family in the United States have been calling and asking to find some help for her.
Tens of thousands of Haitian asylum seekers, including children, have been deported since President Biden took office, despite international condemnation and calls for humanitarian relief, as Haiti faces a spiraling political and economic crisis with gangs gaining control of large portions of the country.
You know, it's a mess in Haiti. You know, it really is. And I understand how people feel about immigration, you know, and, you know, who comes and who doesn't or whatever. It's like, okay, we got our problems here. We want to deal with our problems here or whatever. But one thing about this story that jumps out to me is that, you know, I keep hearing in the news how they're saying Biden has open borders. Ever since Biden was in the office, it's open borders. So what this story is talking about, them constantly shipping Haitians back, even flying them back to Haiti. So it's like, which one is it? Does he have open borders, or is he shipping people back to Haiti? Like, you got to pick a side. Like, you can't have both. So, you know.
No. That is absolutely not true. You have both. The problem is people are trying to make excuses for something that doesn't make sense. And it really adds up. I mean, he's just a racist fuck that he's always been. He hates black people, and he doesn't mind filling up America with immigrants that has lighter shades of skin. if you see it any other way, that, oh well, it must not be open borders. No, there's a totally different reason for why Biden and his administration is acting the way they are, because they're just not consistent with their with what they say. And okay, there has been open borders. I think there's plenty enough evidence that it's been way more traffic into this country within the last 3 years, 4 years, three and, 3.5 or more so years. And like I think that we forget that what happened the last time we had a bunch of Haitians that came to the border at the beginning of all of this. So it's not that the borders are not open, it's just not open for dark-skinned people.
Well, it's a lot of dark skinned people that come from Guatemala, Venezuela,
Well, we're hearing about Haitians,
Ecuador.
right? Yeah, we're hearing about Haitians right now, but you think that those people aren't having any issues? I mean, everybody is not. And then I think also, because I mean, I think one of the things that I would say, the lady, because you would think that somebody who's sick and they have family that's available that take care of them, that's looking for them, that should be an automatic reason for her to have an opportunity to do what everybody else is doing. All of the other, you know,
The
immigrants
people
that's
who
been
are
coming.
seeking asylum.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but this is just like this is just hatefulness right here. Like let's call a spade a spade. So I mean, at least when we're dealing with other politicians on the other side, they're consistent the whole time. They're not saying that, oh, well, I mean, well, the Biden administration has lied about it the whole time. They say that it's no open borders and this, that, and the other. But I mean, that would be an insult to any intelligent person. Even people who are not intelligent can see, what's going on. We see our neighborhoods. We see, different areas and where this is impacted different people, people's lives. Where and look, I'm at the point where, like, okay, maybe it is a benefit because to some somewhere to some extent. Right now it's too soon to really call, but hopefully these people come and add something to our country. I mean, they're Americans too, as far as I'm concerned, for the most part. I mean, I think there's others coming from other continents as well, but we're hearing these things. We got to remember how the media works. They they're trying to either you know get you emotionally involved to be sad for somebody, or to get pissed off, and it works at both of those work at the same time. You're pissing somebody off, and you're also catching people by their heartstrings. But they're definitely, I would definitely say that those two things are definitely happening at the same time.
Well, Biden extended Trump's border policy after Trump left office. The policies that he put in place for the southern border, especially, Biden extended those. I wouldn't say that Biden has been soft on the border. I really wouldn't say that.
Of course not. But that doesn't mean that it's not true. I mean, he has been kind of wishy-washy, but we saw at one point when we had about, what was it, 9,000, 10,000 dark-skinned people over in Del Rio. We see people on horses, and I don't know how really, but they look like they was whooping them when trying to get them to, or whatever. I mean, I don't know if we all forgot about that stuff, but those people went back immediately, all of them. So the groups of people that's been coming that may not be quite as dark, a lot of them aren't having any issues, and they're working on our freeways and our different parts of our country every day. that I just so happen to see a bunch of them. I'm cool with. I give them my, because I'm a truck driver, I'm doing flatbed right now, but giving them water, giving them Gatorade and stuff like this, because I don't necessarily have a personal problem with them. A lot of what, my policy, my reasons for feeling the way I do is more so to, we need to have a grasp on who's coming in, know who's coming in, and just, having an organized fashion about it. But I don't have any personal issues with any of these people.
Let me play some more.
The U.S. State Department has approved an $80 million military aid package to Taiwan under a program typically used for sovereign states. Beijing has condemned the move, seen as another challenge to its sovereignty over Taiwan. Beleaguered Supreme
Taiwan. It's coming more and more in the news. Biden is sending all kinds of weapons and troops over there. Someone said that they want Taiwan to be the new Ukraine. And I think that's the direction that it's going into. The proxy war with Russia was Ukraine. And so the proxy war with China will be Taiwan, and look at what has happened to Ukraine. It's basically getting destroyed. And they got very few workers. They're getting to the point where they have to force people to fight. They've lost so many of their fighters, men of fighting age men is in the low numbers, so I think Taiwan can look at Ukraine as their future. Things keep going the way that they're going.
Well, I think things would be a little bit different because the war with China and Taiwan would be so much different. And I think it would, I think potentially there's a little more chance of diplomacy, even though China, is the superpower in that area. And it really, serves Taiwan to try to, make amends with them, because, it's just like having, your enemy as your next door neighbor and y'all beefing every day. And then to, not, understand that regardless of what the motives that outsiders have, it's just going to behoove you to be more lenient with some of your ideas, and maybe, it. I would just say that they should be very smart, wise about how they make their decisions with China.
Yeah, they might not have much say in it though, because you've got the U.S. on one side and you got China on the other, and then Taiwan is pretty steadfast on how they feel about things. They've been in the same position for years and years and years. Like, I just can't see them all of a sudden being like, okay, we just gonna be a part of China and we're not gonna fight that, and we're just gonna let China do what they want to do with us. I don't see Taiwan doing that.
There's a group that's going to be that way, but there's a bunch of them that's going to be like, they're under powers, superior powers under the U.S. Maybe it's a little more, because it hadn't gotten to any bloodshed at this point, but at the same time, they're just trading masters, really.
Yeah. I don't disagree with that at all. I'll play some more.
Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas acknowledged he took 4 flights on the private jet of conservative megadonor Harlan Crow last year as part of his annual financial filing. He also amended previous filings with allegedly inadvertently omitted information. This comes after ProPublica and others revealed Thomas had failed to disclose at least 38 luxury trips from Crow and 3 other right-wing billionaires for decades. Justice Thomas and his family also sold 3 properties to Crow. Rhode Island Democratic Senator Sheldon Whitehouse said, quote, "This late-come effort at cleanup on aisle 3 won't deter us from fully investigating the massive secret right-wing billionaire influence in which this court is admired." Texas.
And nothing's going to come of it, I don't think. You know, I've learned a lot more about Clarence Thomas. You know, this week I was watching that. I listened to that podcast that the New York Times did on him, and
Mm.
it really was really revealing. I learned a lot more about where his psychology kind of comes from, why he thinks the way he thinks, or whatever. You know, basically from his own words or whatever. And it just seems like this guy, he was hurt. You know, um, he was hurt by racism. You know, when he was going to school, and he went to school. He got into Harvard with affirmative action, and he wished that he hadn't, because he felt like that was held over his head forever. You know, once he got out of school, he had a hard time getting a job because he felt like it was because he got into Harvard with affirmative action, and they didn't respect, you know, his work or whatever. And he felt like he got screwed in that. And I totally get it, you know. And I think that that's the reason why he's so hard on affirmative action now. When we had that case that happened a few months ago, and he had a really strong he wrote a really strong opinion
Dissertation.
about it. Yeah,
Oh,
so I think that it's rooted in his own history and his own feelings, you know, more than actual precedent or the law or whatever, you know, because he felt like he got screwed. He was like, you know, he said the liberals got me again, you know, basically. So
yeah. I mean, I can definitely understand that. I mean, I have not been in the position where I could be chosen for some job or school or something like that for, under those same circumstances. But I can definitely relate, because it's like you don't feel, like, I mean, if it's not based on exactly what you did, if they're saying that, okay, well, all right, I need an extra Negro to come in and, take this job. It's like it wasn't just solely based, even though you may have all of the right credentials. Overall, you start to feel like, eh, you know, they're just bringing me in just because,
and,
they needed another Negro.
and the whole time he feels like he wanted to get away from being judged, you know, by his race, having his race having any impact on him getting whatever jobs or whatever. But you know, when he got on the Supreme Court originally, he replaced another black guy. That black guy just so happened to be a liberal, you know, and he felt like, you know, he didn't get chosen for his race, but they automatically said that that's the reason why it was. And looking at it, I would say that it probably was. More
I
than
would
likely, it was.
I would agree. I mean, there's a lot of positions that's going on now that, I mean, shit, we got a vice president now because that's a black female, not because she's, awesome. Because I mean, like, I mean, we can check her background, we can check her record, and there's many other women that would have done a better job, had charisma and smart, and being able to really do the job of vice president way better than her. But you know, um, but we got a black female vice president. I mean, yippee doo dah. But like I said, there's many other women that would have fit that position way better than her, whether she was black, white, or whatever. And
Yeah.
I'm kind of affirmative action. I'm glad people were able to utilize it to get certain things that they wanted, this, that, and the third. But at the same time, I'm not really for it that way because of those same reasons that Thomas was speaking of.
Let me play some more of this.
This ban on gender-affirming care for trans youth goes into effect today after the state Supreme Court overruled an earlier decision by a Texas judge who found the ban unconstitutional. The law will not only block transgender youth from accessing new care, it will force those already on transition medications to wean off them. rights groups are appealing. Separately, a federal judge temporarily blocked a Texas law that would restrict drag performances while the court reviews the case. Meanwhile, Canada's issued a travel advisory for its LGBTQ+ citizens visiting the United States due to the recent flurry of discriminatory laws passed by Republicans. And in San Francisco, tech workers and other protesters gathered outside the Google Cloud Next conference this week to call out Google's contract with Israel, which uses the cloud service for its public sector and military, including to surveil Palestinians. This is activist Ariel Coren.
We are here representing the No Tech for Apartheid campaign. We're a coalition of Google workers and community members who have coalesced to send a strong message to the company that Google workers are refusing to allow their labor to be used to power apartheid violence against Palestinian people.
Project Nimbus is a $1.2 billion artificial intelligence and computer technology agreement between Google, Amazon Web Services, and the Israeli government, which went into effect in July 2021. A statement from the movement No Tech for Apartheid said, quote, technology should be used to bring people together, not enable apartheid, ethnic cleansing, and settler colonialism, unquote. And those are some of the headlines.
So yeah, technology bringing people together. What that makes me think about is in New York, you know, they're using drones now. And, you know, what's his name? Adams, the mayor. Eric, I can't think of his name right now. I really do not like that guy. You know, he was talking about using drones to monitor people's parties in their backyards. I'm like, what the hell, bro? Like, I can't say anything good about that. Like, you want to use drones to go see people partying in their backyards and go bust up the parties. Like, what the F, you know? Like, dystopian future, maybe a little bit.
Bro, I mean, I think that like I don't think we've gone too far, but if we don't change the you know the way we see things and or the people that we support, bro, I mean, we're gonna end up in something even worse than what I mean, because I don't see China like China doesn't seem as bad as the U.S. is right now. I mean, and we know it's communist. I mean, yeah, I'm sure they whoop some ass here and there, whatever, but like they're really setting it up, and I don't think the average person really sees that there's a distinct party, part of another. Both, you know, I'll say it's both, but it's heavy on one side that's really pushing, you know, ideology that is really like takes away from our freedoms, and I'm just not for that. I mean, I believe in self-governing. We have a constitution based on laws that we can, you know, that we should abide by, but at the same time, all of this micromanaging human beings is not is I don't think that makes it good for our society.
You know, and what made me think about this was because he got the idea because after he came back from Israel, he took a trip to Israel and he saw the way that they were using the drones there and came back to New York and like, okay, we're going to do that here. He was inspired. He was inspired by Israel.
And that says a lot, bro. Like
that says a lot.
The spirit of America is dying. Like what we really stand for, what this country's supposed to stand for, like, bro. Like I don't like we were the leaders. People look to us at one point, and now people are like throw their nose up or put their head down because it's just so disappointing.
Let me read this right quick. I saw another clip from the Lahaina where people, this is probably part of it, where they were jumping into the ocean during the fire when it happened in Hawaii. And people were running to the ocean and jumping into the ocean. Let's read this. It says, Lahaina resident Juby Medoya was escaping the recent Maui fires when he encountered a family of 5 from California. The father handed him his 2-year-old son, and they waded into the ocean together. The child hugged Bedoya's neck as the group held onto a piece of floating wood for 2 to 3 hours. They were among 17 people rescued by the Coast Guard. Humans working together to help each other. It says scroll for the video of Juby and the family hanging on. So that's what this is right here. Man, it's going to be a lot of stories come out of that stuff, you know. Yeah, man, that's going to be like a movie, documentaries and everything's going to come, because it I think they said it's the costliest wildfire ever on United States land or whatever, something like that.
I don't know.
Let's do this. I don't know if I want to play this whole thing because it's almost 9 minutes, but this guy said some good stuff in here, so I want to share this.
For Shelly.
I am tired. The American people are the biggest slaves of any citizenship in the entire world. And let me tell you why. Because the American people are the only people that are told, go work super hard, go take a massive amount of your life, and we're going to take at least half your money. All right. And then when we take half your money, we're going to send it overseas, or we're going to mismanage it, or we're going to steal it, or we're going to funnel it back into our political contributions, or we're going to send it over here for quote unquote aid. Okay. Where's our motherfucking aid? Where's our aid from Kuwait or any of these other rich countries to fix our homeless problem? Do you ever notice that none of the other citizens on the planet work so that we can have a better here in America? It's always the other way around. Why the fuck are we, the citizens of the United States of America, financing the well-being of every other fucking country in this planet? Okay? Until people wake up to that and say no more, shit's going to continue. This land of the free. That's a fucking joke. It's a fucking joke, dude. Land of the free, land of the motherfucking worker bees is what we are. We work. Government takes more than half of our money. And you say, oh, well, they don't take half of mine. They only take half of the rich people's money. Oh, really? What do you pay when you buy shit? What do you pay when you own shit? What do you pay on your personal property? What do you pay when you put gas in your car? Okay. And if you add all those things up that you pay, they're taking 50% of your money too. And they're telling you to work, the American dream, the American dream, the American dream. And then we'll take half your shit and we send it to other countries. We are the world's ATM. The people of America are the world's ATM. It needs to end. People need to say no more. They need to get smart about taxes. Do you ever question why you weren't taught personal finance, balancing your checkbook, or taxes when you were in high school? Why isn't that part of the public education? Why are they teaching instead gender ideology and all this fucking bullshit? Because they want you to be financially ignorant so that you will go through your life not realizing how much they're actually oppressing you and how much they're actually stealing from you. And then they're going to tell you this is freedom. No, the fuck it isn't. It's not even close. So that's what I'm tired of. I'm tired of us being financially oppressed by our own government in the name of being quote unquote good people to all these other people that want to kill us.
Right. Me and told it is virtuous. It's noble.
Bro, we should be paying 10% tax all in. If everybody paid 10% tax and everybody paid it, the corporations paid it, the middle guys paid it, the little guys paid it, and everybody paid it. And there were no loopholes. And everybody just said, okay, 10%, just like a tithe at church, 10% of our income is going to these projects that are going to be done for American interests. Think how much different your life would be with 10% all in tax. Think of the wealth that it would create. Think of the prosperity it would create. Do you know why they don't want that? Oh, because it's easier to oppress people that don't have financial means. They don't want you to achieve the American dream anymore. They want you financially dependent. They want you sick. They want you unhealthy. They want you consuming their propaganda. And the reason they want that is so that they can control you. And until the people of this country actually wake up to what's actually happening, it will continue. And it will not only continue for you, it will continue for your children. And it will get worse and worse and worse and worse and worse until literally we are breaking rocks in a yard and being used for labor. Like, this isn't freedom. We're not even.
Yeah, man. I would let the rest of it play because he was saying some good stuff, but it's a whole 9 minutes. He was going on and on. Let me read the caption. It says, most average Americans are not just brainwashed slaves, they're brain dead, borderline stupid U.S. clowns. U.S., I guess. It says, as the infamous Soviet ex-KGB spy and defector Yuri Bezmenov said in his interview, the American people are brainwashed to the point where the truth doesn't matter any longer. No matter what evidence you provide to those brainwashed Americans, they still won't believe. We can't help those people. The only thing you can do is align yourself with people who have the same energy. You got comments?
Well, not. I mean, I think enough was said with his comments because I mean, it's really, really that sad. I mean, there's a lot of people who, you know, I mean, and you know, some people willingly, you know, submit, but I think there's a bunch of people that do try to, and you know, just trying to live up to the dream of America, and don't even realize sometimes like the way they're getting used. But when it gets broken down for them, you know, I think we'll end up with way more, you know, pissed off people because they see how they've been used, and you know, this is bipartisan. This is both parties that's pushed, you know, made this happen. So you can't just look at you know, a party and say, oh, they're doing this to me, or they do. No, our government, like both wings and the bird. You know what I'm saying? Like it's insane, but I think that a lot of stuff is people are waking up to a bunch of it. You know, everybody doesn't wake up at one time, but I think we have enough people waking up to be able to say that, you know, we can make a change, make a difference, and maybe get back on track to being the America that we were meant to be.
Yeah, man. And this work culture that we have here is so crazy. And the dude was making a good point where he's like, we pay all these taxes and it doesn't benefit us. The money, look how much money they just sent some more money to Ukraine. You know, like how much money do these countries, like, what about us? You know, it's so crazy. We work. And then they talk about cutting Social Security. They talk about, you know, people's retirements get taken, you know, they don't even get their freaking, you know,
bro, that's
what they
why
put in.
That's why I'm loving this dude, Vivek Ramaswamy. I'm sure we'll be talking about him at some point, but yeah, he. Well, I'm just gonna let that rock, but yeah, I'm rocking with him right now.
Yeah, I got some doubts about that guy. Yeah, we're gonna come back to him. I think I got some stuff on that guy. I want to go in order, but let's just do this real quickly. This is a random story right here.
Intentionally ramming his truck into another car, causing that driver to run off the road and then crash right into a utility pole. This happened back on Wednesday afternoon in Northwest Houston off West 34th near TC Jester. So according to HPD, the victim was left in critical condition and had to be taken by life flight to the hospital. Now, cell phone video captured by a bystander allegedly shows Nikolouska on the driver's side of the victim's car right after this crash happened. As for how this whole situation started, investigators say both men were arguing in a nearby parking lot, and it may have been about the victim's alleged relationship with Nikolouska's girlfriend. So this man is accused of intentionally ramming his truck into another car.
Man, that road rage stuff is crazy. And then you got like a backstory with this one. So ABC 13 posted, it said prosecutors say an alleged affair led to one driver ramming another driver off the road in Northwest Houston. The victim is now in critical condition. Yeah. You never know what's going on, man. I just let these people drive on by, man. I'm not getting involved in no road rage stuff, man. Just let them go. Just get out of their way and let them go. You know, it doesn't matter who's right. It's like what they say, the right of way is given, not taken, right? Anyways, I don't want to spend a lot of time on this. It's a random story.
I'm sorry, I was kind of doing some stuff, but yeah. Well, yeah, just move forward on that.
Yeah, I'm gonna move forward. It's a random story, anyways. So you got this one, another random story. It says pilots at Southwest are fed up with not having a contract after 3.5 years of negotiations. So yesterday they conducted their first ever multiple location picket. The pilots union chose 5 major airports. This was LAX. So you got the pilots, basically shutting down the airport here. Looks like, they said they haven't had their contract fixed or whatever. They're not working with them. It's so many of these that's going on. Worker strikes across the nation. I would love to see us get together, and kind of organize them across. But what's good about them is that they have a union. A lot of us don't have a union. Can y'all hear me? My mic is doing something weird.
Yeah, no, I can hear you.
Okay. Hold on. I can't hear myself. It's time for me to buy a new mic.
Sounds good to me.
Hold on. The rest of us don't have a damn union, so good thing that they have a union. But it'd be nice to see that people get organized across different industries, so that we can get some stuff under control here. Because obviously, a lot of people aren't happy. The prices of everything is going up. They don't want to pay people right. They don't care about people having a work-life balance. The only power that we have is our labor. And the only way we have power is to come together and push against them, because each one of us do it individually, we just get squashed.
Yeah, I think there definitely needs to have some kind of coalition for truck drivers as well, because I think we get screwed out more than any other. Not only do we have, the most dangerous job on the planet, at least here in the United States, I know, but the most dangerous job, and they can pay us what they feel like based on how the market goes, instead of something that's fair, or even what should be considered a minimum wage. I mean, it's just, and I'm saying a minimum wage, but like, we get paid by the mile. A lot of truck drivers get paid by the mile. There should be a minimum, whether you're a driver, you're owner operator, or even corporation. I think that there should be, based on what the shippers. But that's me, I guess, being somewhat selfish. But we started with the whole, at least they have a union. But
yeah. Let's cover this right here. It says 5 Texas laws taking effect today, September 1st. It says House Bill 3, Texas districts must have armed guard on every campus. Senate Bill 15, college athletes must compete against their birth gender. Senate Bill 17, bans DEI offices on public college campuses. House Bill 1277, roads can be used for foot traffic when sidewalk is blocked or unsafe. House Bill 1885, TxDOT can temporarily change speed limits without approval. So yeah, some of these are pretty big. So armed guards on every campus. So they're talking about the schools having an actual person with a weapon on every campus.
Well, and I like that, um, mainly because I mean we see that most criminals are scary pieces of shit, and they pick on people that are not prepared, or like that's just like what the Tennessee, the last one, the Tennessee shooter. They knew this because most of the schools in Tennessee, or at least around that Nashville area, we know a lot of them have guns, and they well aware of it. That school that they went to, they knew that they didn't believe in it. They didn't have one, so they got picked to be the scapegoat or dummy to fall for the banana in the tailpipe, pretty much. But
Well, the problem I have with this is the opportunity for abuse. You already have police officers like abusing their authority, being a bit trigger happy, being a bit jumpy. That's the only thing I have with that. But I think that a lot of the schools already have armed guards on them, right? Especially here in Texas, at least one has a weapon. Somebody on there on the campus is armed, right?
some of them, I don't know I don't know the numbers, but I do believe that there are some. I know, I know a little more about Tennessee because it was something that was actually spoken about, especially during that,
Just take
you know, the he or who, whatever the person that, you know.
So this other one, it says college athletes must compete against their birth gender. I don't have any problem with that at all. I mean, yeah, that just sounds fair to me.
Yep. And it's a shame that it took this long for that to become, uh, a law. But I mean, hey, it's here.
Yeah, I don't think felt like they needed to do it in the past. Like it's like common sense type of deal. But we've gotten so far away from that now you got to pass laws to have some common sense.
Well, I guess so. I mean, you had to pass laws for you to be gay now. I mean, and I'm being facetious, but like, I mean, you can say that, but I don't think that humans are really that stupid.
This other one, it says bans DEI offices on public college campuses. Now, this one I have a problem with, and they've already closed the camp on the University of Houston. They already closed the office that we had there. I didn't even know that they had an office there, so that's another reason why I find this strange. I never been to that office. I never knew it existed. Like what do they even do there? Like, it definitely not something that has like some kind of major impact on the campus, or I would have heard something about it, or it would have affected me some kind of way. Like, but I know that they closed it because I got like an email about it or whatever. So, but I don't understand what the problem people have with diversity, equity, and inclusion. Like, what is the big hoorah about that? What is the problem? I don't see why anyone would have a problem with that.
Well, I think it's deeper than what we see on the surface because no, I mean, just hearing it and you're saying like diversity, that yeah, no, it sounds innocent, but the way it gets used politically is where the problem lies. I mean, a lot of times it's not you and I that's enacting some BS on each other or someone else. It's in these, places where, I mean, it's just like the affirmative action kind of. It's pretty much like, okay, you're, you know, giving someone more credit because, or not enough because you're going by a guideline of, this person is not fully capable of doing things on their own, so they need our help. They need us to do things for them in order for them to just make it. And really, it's really so many other things that really, if they were fixed, we wouldn't have that issue. You know what I'm saying? Like if they were just fair on, I mean, like if we just were fair with each other, regardless of our skin color, regardless of our gender, regardless of our religion or creed or whatever, we were just fair with each other and, you know, gave the opportunities equally, you know, and when I say equally is merit, you know, based on merit. I know I'm about to start sounding like Ramaswamy, but it would be merit based, because if you deserve to be paid a certain way, just pay the person, anybody, whoever it is. And then like all of this diversity stuff, you're putting, you know, things in place that, you know, just because somebody's sexual orientation, now they get special privileges because of that. Or, you know, aren't they just as human as I? Like I you know, I can't get treated special.
But Pat, though, it's not, that is not the case. In a perfect world, yes, we wouldn't need diversity, equity, and inclusion. We wouldn't need it. It shouldn't even be a thing. I agree with that wholeheartedly. But that is not the case. You know what I'm saying? And why would anybody have a problem with it being diverse, the campus or diverse workplace or whatever? You know, having equity, inclusion. It's like allowing someone who maybe has some kind of physical
you get treated. Do you get treated some kind of way because of your being black, or being a guy, or because you're heterosexual? Or I mean, like, does anybody treat you bad or treat you bad or good or any better because of that?
I don't get what you're saying. I don't get what you mean.
What I'm saying is, I mean, like, number one, like I think a lot of these are invisible, like things that, you know, they're able to use to get us all riled up and separated, and like these talking points that I don't like in your own life. Is this something that you deal with, and you know, for us to really even get upset about? Like, you know, I know some people, you know, because was talking about affirmative action, you know, okay, for some people, like they, you know, maybe didn't work hard and glad to be able to use the fact that, you know, I'm an Asian and I want to go to this certain school, and I'm, you know, they're totally considered a minority, which, you know, if you just did the great job, if you passed the test, if you, you know, win this thing just based on who you are and what's like, you know, I really don't get it. I think that it's over politicized, just like most things, to piss people off and also to distract people from, you know, like I know too many people. Like I don't see anybody dealing with that in the personal life. I mean, am I, you know, void of like just seeing any of this stuff in my real life because I'm in a protected class? I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, I get confused about it myself, because it's just like, where is this happening?
Does
it only happen to the rich people, like the people who's in school, you know, in college right now, or like, where is this actually happening?
Let's play some of this right here.
Well, let's do that.
Joining me now is employment attorney Peter Raybar. Peter, thanks for coming on in.
Great to be here again, Brittany. Thanks for having me.
We have a big conversation. As we know, last month, the Supreme Court overturned years of precedent when they officially ruled colleges cannot use race as a factor when it comes to admissions. I want to talk about the impacts that this has on the workplace as a whole. What's your assessment?
Well, a lot of people want to connect the decisions to the workplace, and, you know, sadly for them, there's not a direct connection. The cases are very specifically about college admissions and the processes used for, you know, admitting students to colleges. But how decisions are made in the workplace are very different, and the rules and laws that apply to those decisions are very different. So there's not a direct connection that a lot of groups are trying to make, but employers should certainly take heed to what was stated by the court, what was in the decisions, and how they shape the diversity programs and recruitment processes going forward.
Let's dive a little deeper here. Let's take a step back. What are those differences in affirmative action when it comes to college admissions versus the corporate world?
Sure. I mean, in the college decision-making process, as we saw in the opinions, as we read in the opinions, race was used as a factor in the decision-making. It was one of the factors that admissions officers considered. That's not how hiring works. In fact, it's the total opposite. Companies are not allowed to use race or other protected factors under the laws as criteria for hiring. Now they can have diversity programs and initiatives and goals and ambitions, but when it comes to the actual decision of who to hire or not hire, race or gender or age or disability or any other protected category shouldn't be a factor in that decision.
So will the Supreme Court ruling change or impact that pipeline of talent at all then?
It might. I mean, one of the underreported elements of this story, which has been thoroughly reported, is that the court actually left a lot of room for colleges to consider race and other factors. They just have to find a different way to do it. And the court provided a roadmap to do that. Now, what impact is it going to have on the pipeline of candidates for the universities, for employers? We don't know yet. It's simply
impact corporate DEI initiatives then?
Well, we're already seeing attacks on these programs. There are advocacy groups across the country who are frankly misusing the court decision to go after corporations and their diversity and equity programs. We've even seen government officials do it. In fact, this week there was a letter from 13 attorney generals, warning the top companies in the country not to use race or gender and other protected characteristics in their decision making. And the reality is that's already prohibited. They've also misconstrued what the decision said and what the companies have said. So, it's going to be an active battle. We're already seeing it. I think it's really important for companies to stick to their values and be clear about what's important to them. Diversity can be important to a company. There's nothing illegal about that. But it's really about how that's implemented in the individual decisions.
I want to talk about just how important that is for companies and the corporate world. If you go back a few summers, in the summer of 2020, we saw a lot of DEI pledges from corporations after the murder of George Floyd, as well as when social movements started sparking around the country. 3 years later, as you and I sit here, are those pledges being held up? What's the status on that?
It's a really good question. Before the affirmative action decisions, there was a lot of talk about how companies had not been living up to their pledges. And, there's been a very robust labor market over the past few years emerging from the pandemic. There's been a lot of employee movement. There's been a rise in employee activism. Many companies have been struggling just to hire enough employees for their needs. So I think if we, really examined whether the companies have met their targets, probably not. Is there anything illegal about having a goal to be more diverse? No. And I think we're now seeing, politicians and others attack statements that were made post George Floyd about wanting to be more diverse and more inclusive and use that as evidence against companies. And the reality is just, it's totally fine for a company to have those ambitions. It's a totally different story if they're using race in a particular hiring decision, but that's always been illegal. The court decision didn't make that happen.
It's always been illegal to do that. So they're tiptoeing around this. And I don't want to waste a lot of time on this, but I had something let's just read some comments. It says, DEI and ESG no longer has the shield of affirmative action to justify their operations, and their employability is done. Go long for a new grift guys, party is over. Another comment that says, I have known several situations where companies have passed over excellent people and hired less capable people simply because those people that were passed over were white and the company needed to meet a diversity goal. Some people were even told off to the side not to bother applying because they couldn't hire them no matter what their qualifications were. I want our Black and brown brothers and sisters to get the jobs they deserve and to be able to do well. However, I don't think it's right if a particular white person is the most qualified for a certain job to basically just pass over them simply because of the color of their skin. People used to say that that sort of thing was wrong, but when they can do it to someone that they don't like, then all of a sudden they are all for it. Hypocrites. God sees and God remembers. Let's see. It says DEI is responsible for the serious injury of the United States military that will be long to heal. As a U.S. Army veteran, DEI has no place in all military branch. Oh man, I want to talk about this, but it's people are so sensitive with this thing, and the thing is that people don't really understand, and they don't really want to understand. I had a clip somewhere that explained this better. I thought it was this video, but apparently it wasn't. I did watch this video. I remember watching this, but I didn't remember what the what all they talked about in here. But anyways, there's more to it than race related to diversity, equity, and inclusion. People who have physical ailments, And again, like I said, I mean, just on its face, I don't see what people will have a problem with diversity, equity, and inclusion. You don't want to include people. You don't want your workplace or school to have diversity. You don't want equity. You don't want people to be on even footing. You know what I mean? It's so crazy. What it makes me think about is back in the days when they got on Trump about his cabinet, and he was like, well, we just hired the people who were the most qualified. It just so happened to be that they were all white men. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, it just can't be true that, it's all white men that are the most qualified for all of these jobs. You know what I'm saying?
There was a lot of people that when Trump first got in office, based on how they made him look, or the things that they were saying about him. What makes you think that black people at that point? Because I mean, it's a different story now. I think there's a lot of black people that would be happy to work with him and his cabinet, but in the beginning, it was not cool to especially for someone of color, because you would be ostracized or treated badly if you were. And there's a few people. Look what they do to Candace Owens still to this day, and what they did to Kanye and Steve Harvey just for having meetings with him. Bro, a lot of people was just kind of backed away from it, and shit. I don't know. I think that might be just a happenstance that his cabinet ended up being white, because that was the people who ideologically lined up with what he was trying to do. And I don't know, I just think that it's possible, because I mean, if you had a business and you're hiring, and okay, you got a few white friends or whatever, and would you just hire them just because, okay, you know what, I need to hire some white people just so I don't look like I'm a racist, or I'm, what I'm saying, sometimes it just works out that everybody that you hire might be black or Latino or someone of color, and it's not because you aren't a diverse person.
Yeah, well, if it's a small business, then that's one thing. But if it's a huge corporation, then that's a whole nother.
Well, to some extent, I mean, you only have like certain people that you might be around that you talk to and is willing to go along with what your ideas, especially in the case we were saying like with Trump. 'Cause I don't think that he's racist. I mean, based on a lot of things I see, but that's the mark that he's gotten because that's just what the media start saying because of stuff like this, because his cabinet was all white, or because certain things that happen here or there. I I think having that. I mean, it is. I don't know if that's something having the DEI is even really constitutional because it's supposed to be fair. And people, even if it is racist or whatever, people have the right to make the decision the way they want to. Like, you shouldn't force somebody to have to take somebody that they don't want in their business, in their whatever. I mean, and like I said, I know it's mostly used for schooling because there's a lot of different policies that's been made up over time, but I don't know. I don't think that we can just say just because certain things like the example you gave means that was based on race.
I'm gonna move on. Hopefully, we can come back to this because I wanted to talk about this more. Hopefully, something pops up that'll bring me back around to it. Check this out. It says, family of Munir Idayas wants his death. Family of Munir Idayas wants his death reinvestigated as a homicide. Munir was found dead 2 days after confronting his wife about cheating on him. I don't have any sound for this. It says the Idayas couple's son, 32-year-old Munir Idayas, was a police officer in the San Jose suburb of Los Gatos. On January 18th, 2020, he confronted his wife, Iman, with his allegation she was unfaithful, to which she responded by saying she wanted a divorce, according to court papers. Earlier on the morning of January 21st, Iman called 911 to report finding Munir had hanged himself in their home. His parents later hired an audio analyst who alleged a whispered voice could be heard on an enhanced recording of the call. Police and the coroner's office did not report finding anyone present besides Iman after they responded. Munir's death was ruled a suicide. It says Iman Yassin killed Munir Idayas. The man found out his wife was unfaithful. He kicked her out on January 19, 2021. He didn't reply to his sister at 10 p.m. on the 19th, and no one heard from him on the 20th. He was found dead at 2 a.m. January 21st, 2021. His wife is the only witness. We buried our brother, and his wife laughed in our face and denied us an autopsy. We put him into the ground without knowing his cause of death. Her name is Iman Yassin. She lives in Fremont, California. So it says police officer Munir Idayas' death was ruled a suicide back in 2021, but his family wants it investigated as a homicide. They believe his wife, who he caught cheating on him, has something to do with his death. You got any comments on this one?
It seems suspicious, but I mean, I don't really know really where to go with that, because they can dig it up and get an autopsy, but I guess because she's the wife, she has more say of what happens with his body, right?
Right.
Yeah, I don't know what.
Let me read some comments. It says, dude's a cop and his homies didn't even try to investigate properly. LMAO, that's effed up. It says, why can't people ever exit your life in peace? Another comment, it says, it takes 10 men to put a man in his grave, but it only takes one woman to put him there. Ooh. Another comment, it says, if it was a white cop, they would have investigated, but since it's a Muslim, they don't care. Another comment, it says, one of the saddest stories, I pray his family gets justice, breaks my heart for his children. Another comment, it says, may she live without peace and suffer each second of each day. Allah will have the last laugh.
Maybe she was cheating with another cop.
And that helped her get away with this. Another comment, it says, wait, so you're telling me my wife, who I share no DNA with, can dictate things like the autopsy report and F over my own flesh and blood? What other fine print things am I missing on this whole marriage idea? Telling you, man, maybe marriage is not the way to go. That's what this screams to me. Like, don't get married.
Well,
Don't get married.
legal agreements like that. And I think it's seen by a lot of people that it's not beneficial to the man anyway. It's mostly wanted by the woman for whatever reasons.
Yeah, so marriage to me just seems like a whole scam. The whole thing seems like a scam to me, man. Like, whoa. What a rip. That's probably why I never got married. This is another story that's similar to this one. Let's check this out.
In the trial that convicted TikTok influencer Mehek Bakari, her mother Ansreen, and 5 others of killing Saqib Hussain and Hashim Ijazuddin. Saqib is told to meet the Bakaris in this Tesco car park. He and Hashim are in the silver car with the green arrow. The Bakaris and the other defendants are in the other cars. Saqib and Hashim only stay for a few seconds. They leave before the other cars follow. Saqib and Hashim are seen on this CCTV at the Porsche garage roundabout. This is where the car being driven by Race Jamal catches up with them. Shortly after, the car with the Bakaris inside speeds through a red light to try and catch up. All 3 cars are now in a line. It's around this point that there's a heated phone conversation between Saqib and Mehek. She demands that he pulls over and also makes threats towards him. This CCTV from the Bentley dealership shows the chasing cars boxing in the victim's car before they turn onto the A46 towards Newark. Race Jamal brakes to try and make Saqib and Hashim stop. Shortly after this, Saqib calls 999. He tells the operator he's being chased by people in balaclavas and that they're trying to kill him. Before the call ends, the pair are rammed off the road by Race Jamal, hitting a tree, killing them both instantly. This CCTV was key evidence.
So it says TikTok influencer Mehek Bakari and her mother Asreen Bakari have both been sentenced to life in prison for the murder of Sadiq Hassan and Muhammad Hashim Izuddin. This is the CCTV cut footage that secured their conviction. Upon sentencing the 24-year-old, the judge told Mehek, your fame through your career as an influencer has made you utterly self-obsessed with a wholly unjust sense of self-entitledness. She will spend a minimum of 31 years and 8 months in jail, while her mother was ordered to serve a minimum of 26 years and 9 months. So, yeah. Man, what this screams to me is like how much cameras are everywhere. I think that people don't be realizing, I think that these people were doing what they were doing. I bet you they didn't know that they had cameras all over the place that they were able to put together a whole ass case on them behind some random ass cameras, man. It's cameras everywhere, man. You think it's no camera, but it's a damn camera. It says the word influencer is just sickening on its own. That's a comment. Another one, it says, let me add a bit to the judge's comment. Your fake fame through your meaningless career as a so-called influencer, another word for unemployed or unemployable, has made you utterly self-obsessed with a wholly unjust sense of self-entitledness. Another one, it says, people need to stop calling these social media folks influencers because that they ain't. It says, what the judge said to her should display to the influencers to make them to read it every time they open the app. The nonsense entitlement some of them get by being influencers is so bad. So I don't know where it is, but I might have missed part of it. But the guy, the chick, the mom, she was cheating on her husband or whatever with a young guy, 21-year-old. And so apparently the guy was going to blackmail her or something, or he was going to send videos or something to the husband or whatever. And so then they put together a plot to freaking kill the guy. And basically that's what they did. I don't know how some chicks could take me out like that. Like they made the dude ram into a tree or whatever. Like I don't see how that could have happened to me. Like they need some more heavy.
Still there? Hello?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Damn it. Don't know when I went out. What was the last thing you heard? I'm gonna just move on. I hate that shit. I'm glad that you're here though, because see, I don't know when my mic jumps out like that. Anyways, I wanted to cover this. It says Hong Kong issues high alert. It says Hong Kong has issued a typhoon signal 10, the highest alert level for Super Typhoon Saola. Satellite images show the storm approaching, packing winds of more than 200 kilometers per hour. That's 125 miles per hour. Authorities said Saola could be one of the strongest storms to hit the region since 1949. So the thing is, it's like a hurricane that we get in our region, but it's different because the wind blows in a different direction, you know. And I want to say the waters are cooler too. So Hong Kong got hit with basically a hurricane.
Of stuff going on, brought on mostly by the wind.
Yeah, this is interesting stuff to me. Like, I didn't know that China got freaking hurricanes. You can see in the satellite image the way that the wind is blowing. It's the opposite direction of the way that the hurricane is blowing.
We're seeing a lot of trees being toppled over. We're hearing a lot of banging. I can see my neighbour's walls about to collapse. And we're worried about the lamppost down here. So there's a lot of stuff going on, brought on mostly by the wind.
Yeah, so let me read a comment. It says, the world is ill, but keep denying a climate crisis. Another comment, it says, looking for that comment which says it's God's punishment. Another comment, it says, damn, that satellite time lapse is crazy. Yeah, you saw how big that thing was? Did you know that, Pat, you there? Did you know that China got freaking hurricane? Well, they call them typhoons on that side of the world.
Yeah, I didn't know. No, it was a shock to me. I had no idea. I thought it was, well, I mean, it comes out of the east and comes, like out of, a lot of times it's seen coming out of Africa and comes this way. So, I mean, I'm not really surprised that they do, but that was my first time hearing about it this week.
Oh, you had heard about this?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that, see, this kind of news, I figure people don't hear about. That's why I like to cover this kind of stuff, because I be trying to cover stuff that people don't hear about on the regular news.
But I'll be into all kind of shit, so
That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. So it showed up on your timeline?
Yeah. In my YouTube.
Yeah. This kind of stuff always shows up on mine because I be into everything. And I just thought it was an interesting thing to cover. Let's inform the audience a bit about it. So I went to Wikipedia to do typhoon. It says a typhoon is a tropical cyclone that develops between 180 degrees and 100 degrees east in the northern hemisphere. The region is referred to as the Northwestern Pacific Basin, accounting for almost 1/3 of the world's annual tropic cyclones. The term hurricane refers to a tropical cyclone in the Northeast Pacific and Northern Atlantic. For organizational purposes, the Northern Pacific Ocean is divided into 3 regions: the Eastern North American to West the central, and the western. The Regional Specialized Meteorological Center for Tropical Cyclones forecasts in Japan with other tropical cyclone warnings centers for the Northwest Pacific of Hawaii. It says the Philippines and Hong Kong. It says, although the RSMC names each system, the main name list itself is coordinated among 18 countries that have territories threatened by typhoons each year. So, yeah, it's a common thing. I wanted them to explain the difference between the typhoon and the hurricane, other than I guess it's just where it is, the region, because that's what they say here.
Yeah, that's the difference, is where it is.
Yeah, but I wanted
the same weather pattern.
But I wanted to say that the wind, the way it turns, is different. It's the opposite direction. Am I right about that?
I'm not sure 100% on that one. I think you might be getting that from the toilet flushing.
Yeah, I might be wrong on that. I don't know. I don't see it here.
Now, it's been a long time since I was in that earth science class, but I don't remember. I remember it being a geographical thing more than a direction thing.
Yeah, I just want to say that that's true because of the way because it's on the other side of the world. The wind blows different. Whatever. I don't know.
And like I said, that comes from that toilets flush backwards in Australia thing. Which they do. Or they used to.
Let's see. I definitely wanted to talk about Gabon a little bit more. Let me play this.
Their top military leaders to prevent power takeovers like what's happened in Niger and Gabon recently. The Cameroonian president, who often stays in Switzerland, is rearranging the army, air force, and the marine units to maintain control. Biya mentioned on Twitter that he issued a decree to remove some soldiers and change their roles in the Defense Department. Do you think that this move will help them achieve their goals? Rwandan President Paul Kagame and Cameroonian President Paul Biya are replacing their top military leaders to prevent power takeovers like what happened in Niger and Gabon recently. The Cameroonian president, who often stays in Switzerland, is rearranging the army, air force, and the marine units to maintain control. Biya mentioned on Twitter that he issued a decree to remove some soldiers and change their roles in the Defense Department. Do you think that this move will help them achieve their goals?
So Rwanda and Cameroon are worried about, a coup happening there because they're spreading across Africa, and so, these guys are going to rearrange their military, hopefully to avoid a coup happening there. And that's really interesting stuff, because it's spreading, it's catching like a fire. How, these coups that are happening. Let me read a comment. It says, shady leaders looking shook, reshuffling to keep hold of power in the hour of revolution. Another comment, it says, those African leaders always spend more time outside of their countries. They enjoy living elsewhere. Another comment, it says, I have a feeling Niger was legit by the people. Gabon seems more like a setup by France. We have to monitor reactions. It's clear Niger is genuine, hence every attempt to stop it. Meanwhile, the ECOWAS puppets have said nothing over Gabon up to now. It's all very twisted, and Kagame has been brilliant for Rwanda's development. That's not true about Gabon, because immediately the African Union said that they're not effing with Gabon no more, and they immediately started putting sanctions on Gabon. So yeah, they have got pushback as a result of the coup there. Another comment, it says, the last time this happened in Rwanda, we freed our people from genocide. The Rwandan people people are more than happy to see our military changing and growing for the better. The information that Rwanda is replacing military is suspicion, and if you converse with most of the top generals, you would see this is not entirely true. His Excellency Paul Kagame is far from shady and has helped create Rwanda from rubble, and I am proud to be part of the Rwandan youth. Yeah, Rwanda has, I want to say, the strongest economy in Africa. It's definitely one of the top ones. And it also has had really great growth over the recent years. Like, they're like a lot like the US now, Rwanda.
How did that happen?
They made good decisions. I mean, they were on the world stage when that stuff was happening. You know, they got the movies about the Rwandan genocide that happened, you know, and then it was like they kind of had a bit of a revolution there, and they changed the way that they did things there, and the economy grew really quickly. Like they're
Yeah.
developed.
Don Cheadle hit it big with got awards for Hotel Rwanda, if I remember.
Yeah, that movie. Yeah, Hotel Rwanda. It was a good movie too, based on true events.
Yeah, it butchered a lot of stuff, like a lot of the based on true events movies does. But it's a decent outline to get some little bit of understanding about what the heck was going on. Enough that it's like enough that it drugged me to the internet and to books to find out what the heck is really going on over there.
Yeah, I mean, it did the same thing to me. I went digging too after I saw that movie. Yep. Let me play this. Can I play this?
A country that has toppled so many governments in Africa, that has led so many coups in Africa and other parts of the world, a country that has killed so many of our leaders in Africa and other parts of the world. The killers of Patrice Lumumba, those who toppled Kwame Nkrumah, those who killed Nasser, those who killed Muammar Gaddafi, today are coming to teach us about democracy. A country that has been built on brutal force, on enslavement of other human beings, on the humiliation of Africans, the exploitation of Africans, the plunder of Africa, today is coming to teach us about democracy. If you have no respect for the dignity of others, if you have no respect for the sovereignty of other countries, you cannot claim to be a champion of democracy.
Yep. He said a lot there, even though he was talking really slowly. Let me read this. It says, West can't lecture us about coups. It says, condemning coups is back in fashion. France, whose allies from Mali to Gabon have been targets lately, has condemned each one for a long time. It had no problem subverting democracy, deposing democratically elected leaders who chose their people's interests over French ones. France is alleged to have had a hand in the overthrow of 22 African leaders since 1963. It's something to remember whenever we hear hypocritical calls for democracy. The West only cares about democracy if it serves its interests and has no problem with hijacking governments if that better serves them. It's a point brilliantly made here by Zambian socialist politician Fred Memimbi. Yeah, so basically he was saying, the West trying to tell us about democracy. Meanwhile, they're doing coups left and right, and the caption was saying, they only care about democracy when it's supporting them, when they put their puppets in charge. And, it basically, that's where they always talk about African countries having like corrupt leaders, and that's the reason why Africa can't get their shit together, you know. But people don't know the backstories of how these people become in charge, you know, and who they really are, you know, working for. A lot of times, yes, they're working for themselves, but they were put in place to do just that, you know, because the people had elected people who were looking out for them. And whenever that happens, here comes a coup, or here comes a person just getting killed, outright murdered, you know, like Patrice Lumumba is a perfect example. You know, elected by the people, looking out for the people, then boom, all of a sudden he gets killed. And people, they always make it look like it was the people who actually pull the act, who actually do the act, tend to be other Africans. So it gives that image of that it was the Africans who did it, but they were getting, you know, they were motivated and supplied and funded, you know, by others outside of the country.
I believe that.
Every time.
Yeah.
Let me read a couple comments. It says they should be reminded that the steel which the Eiffel Tower is built of is steel taken from Africa without payment. In other words, stolen. Another comment, it says United Africa and African resources among Africans forget the West. Another comment, it says they destroyed some good men with good intentions for the world, and they never paid for any of the heinous acts. Another comment, it says we will not forget what they did to our ancestors, reason why we still fighting against the devil people. Another comment, it says, well said, sir. We will never forget how bad Africans were treated and still been treated by the animals called the West, and wanted to teach us what is morally right or wrong, how we were enslaved, shackled, tortured, lynched, gruesomely killed, slaughtered, dehumanized, and racially profiled, how they killed our heroes who stood up together to make a better and livable environment and country for we Africans, how they instigated us against ourselves, how they divided and ruled us ruthlessly, how they changed our stories with false minds and rewrote our stories to justify all the evil been done to us and still doing to us. We will never forget. Yeah. France is getting kicked out left and right is what it's looking like.
Oh, everywhere.
I want to go to those DMs that I sent. How do I go to that? Give me a second, y'all, while I get myself together here. Because this screen is so different than it is on my phone. How do I go to the DMs? Let me see. If I try to share something, let's see.
DMs would be direct messages, right?
Yeah.
Into the messages on your left menu.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Let me see. Which one is it? Let's do this uplifting story right here. We cover so much negative stuff on here.
Well, just because you went off about hating to see feel-good stories, how you don't like to see them because it means, you know, it's stuff that people should be seeing and doing every day, not something out of the blue. I remember knocking that one because I was agitated during the whole time you were talking about it.
I barely remember that, but I do have something related to that.
I love feel-good stories because it's not just something that, you know, it's something that you don't see enough of today. We got all this social media, all this stuff talking about how bad things are, and people stay away from the feel good stuff, but literally for all these bad things that go on, there's 10 really awesome things that happen.
Well, before I go to the one I was about to go to, because he made that comment, I think I know what point I was making. I barely remember it, but I'm gonna go to this because I think this is what the kind of thing I was trying to make, point I was trying to make. So, am I sharing this? Okay, here. Check it out. It says, it's never too early to start a business. At 7, this boy runs a company and saves for college. Underneath, it says, it's so inspiring that a child has to sift through garbage because of the 6-figure debt he needs to take on to get a job in 15 years. So it says, more dystopian nightmares masquerading as feel-good stories. So I think, I don't really remember what it was I was talking about with that one that you're talking about, but I think that it was along the lines of this, where they do these feel-good stories, but it's covering, something. You know what I mean? It's not real. And it really points to things being messed up. So this story right here is never too early to start a business. At 7, this boy runs a company and saves for college. Okay, that sounds great. Right? But then, at the bottom it says it's so inspiring that a child has to sift through garbage because of the 6-figure debt he needs to take on to get a job in 15 years. So it's like I say, on its face, it sounds like a good feel-good story. But why does it cost so much to go to college? To the point where this kid is at 7 years old trying to, save up for college.
Because somebody weaponized the college system to make sure that everyone believed that a degree was all it would take to have money, but didn't tell you that the degrees that you needed to take were actually functionable, useful ones. So a whole bunch of people got a whole bunch of money to go to college, get a whole bunch of degrees, and come out and realize they're no more qualified than when they came out of high school to do these jobs. Meanwhile, the only single debt that you can't get rid of, declare bankruptcy, or fight is, what is it? The student loans that the government decided that they were going to make so easy and give to you. And then everyone, instead of taking the actual government money to go to school and be modest and get a degree at a local university or get a degree at a community college, decided to take private loans for school, which are not covered by this. 90% of these people that want their debt covered and want their college paid for, it's not the government loans that they did it. It's the private loans that they took. And it's the private loans that they took to go to these big badass colleges with great names on them that have, hey, I got this degree from high quality university. Too bad my actual degree is low quality kind of stuff.
Well, I got multiple comments with that. One is like,
it's not a personal attack on you now.
I know it's not. We're having a debate on this subject. So
you have to remember, I have degrees from both local community colleges and I have unpaid degrees from big money colleges too. I understand the situation of both sides. I really do. But people that took private loans to go to college and want to scream about, I want my college money repaid. No, you chose to take a private commercial loan.
But still, the point is, why is the college cost so much? It wasn't that long ago where it wasn't that expensive to go to college.
Because one of our political leaders decided to give a whole bunch of free money. And what happens whenever free money comes up?
Because it's really a money grab for the
People
corporation.
look at HCC. HCC got so much of that free college money that they bought a $43 million 20-story friggin' building downtown, and then turned around and couldn't upkeep it and had to start renting stuff out.
There was a guy I met at work who told me he worked summer. He wasn't that much older than me. He said that when he was in college, he worked a summer job to pay for college. You know what I'm saying? So what the hell happened? And another thing, did y'all listen to
What college?
He told me, but I don't remember. It's a major university. I mean, it's a major university.
Still makes a difference.
It's a major university, like University of Houston or Texas A&M.
LSU. Oh.
It was here it was here in Texas.
Well, see, like Rice University costs a lot more than U of H.
It does.
U of H is more of is a state-funded university, while Rice and a couple of the others are not state-funded in the same way. They're alumni-funded, so they actually, it costs more to get the same degree from Rice, about 30% more than it does from U of H. But your Rice degree is going to get you 3 times farther than your U of H.
And that's the reason why people pay. So on the New York Times podcast that I sent in the group, Clarence Thomas, and they were talking about how he took out student loans, which really kind of surprised me. I didn't know that. And he was stressing about his student loans after he graduated from Harvard, looking for a law job or whatever. And he was stressing because he had huge student loan debt that he had to pay back. So he was under pressure to get like a high paying job so that he was able to pay those student loans back. So a lot of people go through this. You know what I'm saying? It's not just like some regular some guy who's not trying to do nothing with his life ends up with student loans and struggling to pay them back, and this has been going on for a long time, at least as long as since when Clarence Thomas went to school, And the other comment I wanted to make was going to school also, like, because you were talking about the degrees not being degrees that's going to get you a job, but education also is about building character, right? It's about building being able to think, right? Being able to judge what's real and what's not, being able to, maneuver in the world. You know what I'm saying? Like, regardless of which degree that you choose to get when you go to college, your education should still prepare you for the world. You get what I'm saying? You got to take all of those basic classes. You also have to learn how to manage your time. You have to learn how to prioritize. You have to learn how to research. You have to learn how to like deal with problems and adversity. You building character. You're building people that you want to be in society, like a uplift, a citizen that's, can stand on their own and move around in the world and knows how to deal with just whatever, whatever that comes along, So going to college should not just be like a means to an end as far as just getting a job, getting an education is about, becoming like a whole person, someone who can determine, when, the politics is lying to them or misleading them or whatever, being able to fact check things. You know what I'm saying? Are y'all following me?
That's not important anymore, though. All it's important is it's just an advanced high school now. It's supposed to give you forward job capabilities. That is exactly what they turned it. If you go to college, you're going to make more money. Trust me. You're going to make more money, and that's not necessarily true. And a lot of the people they really don't get a multidiscipline out of it anymore. They do everything they need to do with their classes, and you can get through a 4-year degree and never realize at any time that you're supposed to use all of your classes to graduate, not just the ones towards your specialty.
Yeah, well, the first 2 years of college is you don't even take none of your specialty classes. It's all basic stuff that everybody has to take, no matter what their degree is.
That's not true. Depends on your degrees and stuff. I'm sorry, education, you're taking specialty classes. Nursing, you're taking specialty classes. Real estate, you're taking specialty classes.
Everybody,
Business, you're taking specialty classes.
everybody has.
You have
every-
a core of about 40 hours of 62 in your first year. Your 40-hour core is what everyone does. There's still a third of those classes that go towards something else, unless you're taking a generic degree, just a Bachelor of Arts or Bachelor of Science, in which case those lean toward all of those classes plus foreign language and soft science, or hard science and mathematics for science. I mean, you gotta understand. Remember, I worked for the college bookstore for quite a few years, and I hate to say it, after about 5 or 6 years, I had so many people coming in to me asking about classes and crap like that, just because of the way degrees were built. I actually had the people that were in charge of helping people figure out their classes come in and they made me sit in the training sessions for theirs because people were asking me about it. And
Yeah.
like I said, what you're saying is true, especially on community college level. But a third of your classes are directed towards your goals, even at the first. I'm going to say the second year level more than the first. But like I said, it's a 62-hour program, of which 40 to 45 hours, 46 hours is a common core.
Everybody has to pass English. Everybody has to pass history before 1877
Yes,
and history after
like I
1877.
said.
Everybody has to pass algebra.
No. Everyone
Or
does
some
not have to
math
pass
class.
history. They have to pass 6 hours of history, be it American history, world history, or world civilization. It's
There's
not
only-
specific history classes. There's 6 different history classes. You have to take 2.
Yeah, so it's only a few options that you have to take for those core classes. Everybody has to pass those. Everybody, no matter what degree they have.
But still, like I said, it's not everybody takes X, Y, Z class, except for basic math.
Well, it's
You
not
get
much.
You get your basic algebra and algebra 1 and 2. Other than that, at that point, if you're not going into a science field, if you're not going into a statistics field or a business field or teaching, you'll never have to touch math again.
Well,
Even going all the way up to a doctorate degree, you never have to touch math again after those basic 2.
Well,
Or
that's the
history if you're not going toward history.
Well, that's the reason why I'm a liberal arts major, is because the math was kicking my ass. So I had to take a certain number of math classes, but I'm done. I don't have to take no more math ever in life, and I'm happy about that. I'm not gonna lie. But look,
You will have to take 9 more hours if you decide to go to teaching.
nah, I'm done.
If you decide to go for teaching, if you don't get a specific education degree, you still will have to have math for teachers 1 and 2. And I believe there's another class you have to take.
They already
which is
gave me
6 hours.
they already gave me my graduation packet, bro. And in the packet it had high school teacher in there with what I've already taken. I don't have to take anything else. Once I'm done.
Wait till you actually apply for that and realize you got to take the teaching classes for that. You still have further education. If it is not an education degree, you are not prepared to just step into a class and teach, except on a
I just have to
substitute
pass
level.
I just have to pass those certifications.
Exactly, which those
tests.
certifications include more math, science, and stuff like that.
I'm already prepared for all of that stuff. It's because of the type of degree that I have. But anyways, the name of the show today is Factors That Mold Society. And what I was saying was, I think that education is one of the main factors that mold society. You know, what gets people to be how they are, what leads people into what politics that they have, what leads people into like their behavior, how they treat others or whatever, you know what I'm saying? How they move through the world, So like, so that's where I'm saying I feel like education is the most important factor related to what molds society, and that's the reason why I harp on education related to like us. We should care. Not only should we care, but we should put money and time and influence into making sure that we have an educated society. You know what I'm saying? Because it benefits all of us, even the people who didn't go to school or whatever, like the other people that are in our society, those people being educated benefits us. It benefits the rest of us. You know what I'm saying? It benefits us as a whole. You look at other countries and you look at how, people are innovative, or they're creating new ideas, or they're creating new businesses or whatever. They're growing, they're moving forward in the world, and it's based on what education that their people had, go ahead.
I was going to say, yeah, I agree with the system telling us math is racist and shit like that going on. I mean, which completely undermines the whole idea of higher education.
I don't even know what to say to that, because freaking, I don't know how math could be racist. Yeah, I don't even know what to say to that.
Like I say, type that into Google during an off time, because trust me, that statement alone is enough to do a show on, about how the ists and the isms and all of that stuff are actually starting to block our ability to educate in our middle and high school range. I'm serious. This was a huge topic a year or two ago during the lockdown. A little bit after that, I'm serious. Headlines on it everywhere. I'm surprised you missed it.
Sometimes when things are really silly, I just scroll. What are some factors that y'all think, are important as far as molding society? You know what I'm saying? What are the factors that mold society? What do y'all think about that? We lost Pat. Peace and love, Pat. I know you had to go. He sent me a private chat, said he had to go. Well, Doc, you still here? What do you think? What are some other factors do you think mold society?
Right now, unfortunately, the whole social media entertainment industry has complete thrall of our society. I mean, the control of society has gone to the lesser common denominator. Education used to be a bar that was set that we tried to rise to and above. And now we are lowering that bar in general, because people are going, oh, it's too difficult to, right now. It's too hard. We're telling people, that things are wrong, and being wrong, you can't tell them they're wrong. That's hard. It makes them not want to do anything. And like I say, the bar for education is lowering to where one of the reasons that I want our 2-year degree to come out of our schools, I want our schools and us to be paid free up to a 2-year college degree, or in lieu of that, a trade degree. I really think that we should be going more trade degrees right now than we are going with actual college degrees.
Well, that's good, because that's kind of the direction I'm going into, is the idea of capitalism, because I'm saying that education is really important, but what decides what education we have or we get tends to be dictated by the economic system that we live under. You know what I'm saying?
I've got a perfect example. Cursive writing is no longer being taught. Do you know why? Cursive writing was important because of communication beforehand and because fine manipulation of the fingertips, that's the easiest way to teach it, thus making it easier to pick things, stitch things, hammer things, work in industrial places and things like that. But since the 80s and the advent and high amount of video games, people have more fine hand manipulation and dexterity than any generation in our lives before us. We have more ability to finely manipulate things. They don't have to teach us about factories to do factory work anymore. It's built into our society that we pick up those skills.
And then what's crazy is the factories are gone. So, but like, okay, so it's
No, they're not. There's still factories out there where you sit there and something comes on, you set it down, you go zip, 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 twist it, zip, 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 and then it goes down the line, then another one pops up. And that kind of easy, boom, it comes by, you go pop, bolt here, 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 here. It goes to the next person, here, here. There's still factories like that all across America. It's just a lot cheaper to do them in foreign countries right now.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. And then in the past, the jobs that you wanted to get was to go work in like a factory or whatever. But now it's about working on a computer. So, but what I'm saying is the profit model, like looking to get profit out of everything, profit over everything, work. And that is what even dictates, our education. It really dictates everything. You know what I mean? The way our healthcare system is, that, we're talking about the schools and stuff, it's like if they can't make money out of it, then they don't see a point in investing in it. You know what I mean? So the investments have been going down and down more and more into schools because they don't see a profit in it. And the argument I was making earlier was that the profit from education is not like monetary, necessarily up front. It's more of like a long-term type of deal, and that like the prisons, they build more prisons, they put more investments in prisons because they can make money off of that right off the bat. You know what I'm saying? So instead of building schools, they build prisons because they're going to make profit. So what I'm saying is factors that mold society beyond education, it is the economic system that we have, this predatory capitalism system.
So our next step for schools, call this prophetic, call this conspiracy theory or whatever, is now, or the next step is going to be Bill Gates opening his own colleges and his own high schools and stuff. That way he has the ability to control both the knowledge that goes in, how it's used, and how it integrates into the outcome of the students.
That's
exactly
interesting.
How much math they need, exactly how much science they need to be able to do what needs to be done to further the corporate interest, which of course people that go through these schools, Bill Gates school, you're more likely to get hired through Meta or Zuckerberg. You're more likely to get hired through one of the Meta organizations, where Elon Musk is going to teach you more towards science and things like that with computers. You're more likely to get hired for Tesla, SpaceX, and things if you go. Now, they'll all have a great curriculum and things, but they're literally going to be education funnels to start them very young to produce into the known needed fields, which is going to drag a lot of people away from the old basic fields. Like landscaping, house building, welding, pipe fitting, electrician, plumber, all of that. It's all gonna. You're only gonna need a minimum of that. So that's gonna be what we're building in our public schools. You know, those jobs that aren't really needed anymore.
Well, what that makes me think about is
And yes,
Jeff
that's
Bezos.
sarcasm.
Jeff Bezos owning the Washington Post and controlling the information like that, because we're still talking about education, but how the information gets disseminated to people and how they consume information is another form of education. For a person that has already graduated school or whatever, and they're reading the newspaper or whatever, they're getting all their information from there. So then that guides their way of thinking, right? It guides their philosophy, it guides their politics or whatever. So that's kind of interesting what you said. But then I think about these religious schools, you know what I'm saying? And what is not being taught in those. And then when you have the children, their whole career, their whole student career is going through like a religious school. And then I think about how much they're missing when they go through those schools, like evolution. And a lot of people feel like evolution is not a real thing that happens. There's an argument related to that, but and if they went through a religious school, then they never get taught it. They never even get to have the opportunity to come to a conclusion on that topic. And then there's countless other things that they're going to miss while they're taking their theology classes. You get what I'm saying? And it's like understanding how the world actually works.
I have no problem with a Jesuit education. Now, the other ones are such to me. But if you've ever looked at the Jesuit education, they actually do identify and talk about all of that you're talking about.
They teach evolution.
Jesuit education is about the combination of man science, theology. It is about learning. It is about knowledge and exploring knowledge. They don't say evolution is necessarily the way things happened, but they do introduce it as this is a theory, this is a science. There are some proof that through generational, situations, animals, all like that, you can see changes. It is acknowledged, it is recognized. And that's pretty good. I mean, now remember, this is the Jesuit monks. These guys have at one or two, maybe three times throughout history had to run hiding from the church because of what they taught.
Yeah, but that's how we end up with a society of people who don't, they don't believe in science. They don't trust science. They don't, stuff that is easily proven, like with data.
Here's a deep twist on that a lot of the anti-science people need to understand. Science is a tool. It is a default of reason, and if you really want to place it in that, God does not make mistakes. God is all-knowing. He knows that despite all this crap going on, we are nowhere near where we need to be. Therefore, he gave us science as a tool to explore, understand the universe. Slowly is about what realizes what we are not and what we are. Therefore, helping him. Everyone says, oh, all science denies God. It's like, well, not if science is an actual tool to help us understand everything until we're actually ready to absorb the concept of an actual deity.
Right. I completely agree with you. My problem is the ones who want to turn their back on understanding the universe and the world, and feeling like they already got the answers. All the answers are in the book. But what I say is, what is the problem with evolution being the process, God's process of creation? These things can work together.
I mean, I'm sorry. It said he created man in his own image. According to the image that we have, and what I understand God, he is an energy being. A being of energy, the soul, that spark, whatever you want to call it, the energy, the obvious connection. It is somehow connected to all of mankind, the energy field we create as individuals, which science cannot deny because it can be measured using Kirlian photography. I mean, so deniers go away. But the idea is that we were created in a form that wasn't ready to hold that spark, and it had to evolve. So we were created in the image as a being of energy, as a consciousness, as a spark. And then the bodies that we're in are literally just shells, meat sacks. I mean, to hold and to energize, to be the conduit of that energy. I mean, even from the day that I was born to now, there are obvious evolutions in the human species.
Evolution is all around you. It's like you can't really get away with it. Get away from it.
Millions of years to bring us to where we are. And it will take millions of years to go further. But at one point in time, you understand that we are evolving into a vessel container to hold that spark, to be that spark.
Yeah,
and protoplasma wasn't enough. So it had to move up, it had to move up, it had to move up. And they got to a point where it's like, hey, we're here. And how the fuck do you get to Detroit?
So I think that the problem with people that don't believe in evolution is that they don't understand it, and they've never been taught it. They don't, in ways that they could understand. And like I say, people just feel like they already know, so then they don't take the time to actually freaking learn this stuff.
People in the Bible, 6'3" was a giant. 5'2" was like, hey, I'm cool like Tom Cruise. So everybody was like 5 foot flat 2,000 years ago. And now we're 6 foot tall, 5.5 foot to 6 foot tall in the average range, instead of the high end of average being 5'6". And it's because food, it's because of this, it's because of that, better living, easier lives. But is that not proof of evolution too?
Yeah,
our bodies have evolved bigger and stronger because we have a bigger life. We know more about vitamins. We know more about how to get food. It's easier to get food. It doesn't take 16 hours a day just to make sure that we are protected and safe. So now we also have extra time to illuminate ourselves, to help that spark grow, which in turn is going to need evolution to help your body grow.
Yeah. Let's go into this because I mentioned it earlier. Check it out. Am I sharing this? Okay. It says, this elderly woman goes to a supermarket every day to read books, so the manager made a little bench for her. So this is the little feel-good story that I wanted to cover right here. Let's read a couple comments. It says, that's nice. Maybe it's her daily social outing. Maybe she can't afford books. It's nice the manager is making her welcome. Another comment, it says, as someone who after 2 to 3 minutes of opening a book has been asked, are you going to buy that? And then told, this is not a library. I like this. Another comment, it says, books are meant to be shared. Going to the library may be a difficult experience for her. This is a wonderful thing to do for a person that may feel more comfortable in her local store. I would love something like this in my area. I realize it's a retail business, but even having a small book club would give other senior an opportunity to interact where they feel space. Kudos to this store for such an act of kindness. Another comment, it says, things like this matter. It matters. It matters. It matters. It matters. Acts like this will resonate through eternity. Yeah, I thought this story right here it really touched me. You know, I like to read. I'm a reader, you know, and sometimes I go to the grocery store. I'll be at an HEB and I might flip through a magazine. Usually it's trying to see if I want to actually buy it, you know. For books, I just look at the cover and I look at the back cover and that helps me decide. But for magazines, I got to flip through them because if a lot of times you can get everything out of the magazine just by flipping through it. And by then I'm like, why would I want to buy this? You know, it has to have some kind of substance that would take some time for me to consume for me to want to buy it. You know what I mean? So I do this all the time, you know, go to stores and flip through, like I say, especially magazines. The books, not so much.
Well, see, I buy magazines all the time, especially that crap like Enquirer and Globe and stuff like that. Okay. As a writer, I want you to remember a scene from Men in Black.
Mm-hmm.
Remember Tommy Lee Jones takes Will Smith to the drugstore and they pull out the Enquirer and all those magazines and go, we're looking for, you know, aliens and stories and stuff like that. That's exactly what I do, man. So many of my adventures and bad guys and crazy stuff is made up. I'll buy one of those magazines and be able to write 3 stories out of it for adventures for like D&D games and stuff like that.
It inspires you.
Yeah,
Yes.
and then a book, I'll read the back. I'll open it up to the middle, read a page. You know, I'll read the front couple of pages. I'll look at it a little bit. I won't read through a lot of it because, yeah, that's not cool. To me, it's not cool to just stand there and read if I know I'm not going to buy in the store. But I will read like 4 or 5 pages from different parts of the book. And as long as they're not tearing the books up and breaking the spines and stuff like that,
Yeah.
I'm not going to argue with someone else sitting and reading it.
Yeah.
I will never, ever fight someone that's trying to read.
Yeah. So yeah, because you know, I love books, so I have a problem with the crumpled up pages and the bent spine too. So I'm not gonna do that to the book.
I've had some friends of mine sit there and talk to about the show. It's like, why don't you stop him when he mispronounces words? Why don't you stop him when he? And I'm like, why would I? Why would I want him to stop him and make him feel bad? He's mispronouncing them because he reads.
Yeah.
He mispronounces them because he hadn't heard the word, but he's reading and trying.
Yeah.
And if you cap on people that are mispronouncing stuff that they're reading, then they're going to stop trying to do it.
Yeah.
And that's worse than someone mispronouncing something every now and then.
Yeah. So yeah, and I've got some comments on
We
some
all
of
do
the shorts, and I'm like, I'll be on the show for 4 hours, and I read like the whole time, so I'm gonna make some mistakes. Like it's gonna happen. Let me read some comments right here. It says,
Oh no! By the way, hold on. I'm not bagging on you about mispronouncing and stuff like that at all. I'm saying that that's why I don't do that. What a lot of people would be doing to be like, oh no, it's this. Oh no. Now sometimes, like when it's a name, I will look it up and stuff like that because respect. But when it's just a regular word and everyone can understand what you're saying, why?
yeah.
That's something to do later.
Yeah. Let me read a couple comments. It says, anyone else tearing up? This touched my heart. Compassion is such a beautiful thing in an often perplexing world. Another comment that says 3 cheers for the manager. There is not enough of this good will be given to those that matter. Well done. Another comment that says you're not only kind but so observant of this woman's needs, and you took beautiful action. Bless your giving heart.
Dude, shout out. I got to shout out another thing. Take a good look at the picture. He made it from pallets. It's a craft store. Look, that's all. They made that from stuff in the store and pallets and stuff like that.
And
that's
freaking
awesome.
That's freaking awesome. This is definitely tearful, because that's another thing about me. Whenever I try to give gifts, because it's easy to just get a gift card and give it to someone or whatever, or just give them money. But when you make something for someone, or even when you buy something that has a specific need that person needs or whatever, it's way more touching. It has way more weight. You know what I'm saying? And then this probably didn't cost him anything. Like you say, he probably used leftover materials or whatever to throw this together. So, that's what gives it its value. Like, and then he had her in mind when he was making it. So
I'm looking, it looks like it's a Dollar Tree, or, doesn't it kind of look like a Dollar Tree if you look at the shelves and everything? So if it's a dollar store, the bottom of that is all made out of pallets, if you take a look, because that's like 2 or 3 pallets nailed together.
Yeah.
And then that's just some fabric from the fabric area pulled over a little bit of cushion. And those are just a couple of throw pillows that are from the craft section, or you see the material is also from there and made. I mean, that he literally not just, well, like I say, it made a little bit, made should have a capital in front of it. I mean, they literally made that.
Yeah.
Not just went and bought a little thing. They took their time. They used their stuff to make sure, either out of their own pocket or something like that, that corporate wouldn't get upset with them about
Yeah,
it.
only a couple of dollars at most that this costs, because he probably just used materials around the store. Yeah, it's really great.
That setup right there, considering the pallets come free, probably cost them maybe $10 and an hour or two a time. I mean, if they spent any real money on anything outside the store, it was probably on some nails. And I'll bet you they did it with wood glue. I could actually see them doing a YouTube thing on how to make this from the dollar store for like $10.
Yeah. So I got another one right here too that was touching me right here. It says, restaurant worker wishes blind woman happy birthday in Braille. They had the chef write happy birthday in Braille using melted chocolate.
You guys are amazing. Oh my gosh! Are you kidding me? It's insane! Oh! Thank you so much!
There we go. I want to wish you happy birthday. Yeah.
Please turn there. I want you to give me your hand. No freaking way. They did not. You guys are amazing. Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me? It's insane. Oh. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's really, really, really touching to me, and I work in a restaurant, so I don't know. It's really, really, really touching.
Dude, you would be surprised how many deaf people appreciate just thank you, you're welcome. Just like if you know 5 different words, you're okay. You can even tell them, that's all I know. But they're like, oh my God, I mean, I mostly know letters, but if it came right down to it and they didn't have someone there, I would be able to at least half communicate with them. And it is so appreciated. This woman right here, what I like about these two stories is because they're not low key, fuck the world. The world is like this. Here's an uplifting story that if the world wasn't like this, it wouldn't be uplifting. These are just people trying to fucking do better. This is the kind of happy, good, feel good we need, because this is people just doing better. The manager building for the thing for the elderly lady, that's just doing better. You know, not for any reason, not because society screws over the old lady, but because he just wants to make her life better. Because these guys, this chick comes to the restaurant, she's probably a regular. I mean, and they're like, "Hey, we want to recognize this. We want to do this for her, just because we know that it's going to be one of those things that makes her life better."
It's the little things that make the difference, you know. So it made it a special, extra special occasion for her, like an extra. I like to give people memories, you know. So this will be a memory for this lady that she'll carry with her, you know, for the rest of her life.
This restaurant just earned her generational support. When she's 90 years old, she gonna be bringing her grandchildren to this restaurant, her great-grandchildren.
And probably telling them this story. And, you know, like I say, it's the little things in life that makes life worth living, you know. It's not all doom and gloom and horror, you know. Even when you got unfortunate circumstances, you know,
now you're arguing what I was back the other day. It makes me feel fucking good now. You understand where I was coming from on the feel good stuff. And sorry, I'm gonna shut up now because
yeah. So yeah, I feel you, man. I just, you know, the thing is, what I try to do on this show is bring people together, and I also want to have these uncomfortable conversations that needs to be had, and have a space that people can come and have these conversations, because there's so few of them. We have this bipartisan as, you know, left-right dynamic that we have going on, and everybody is stuck in their algorithms, and they only hear what they want to hear or whatever, you know, and it's not moving us forward. It's moving us backwards. And that's the reason why I feel like it's really important to cover those really uncomfortable conversations. And that's what we do here. And it's not that I'm trying to ignore the beauty in the world. You know, I'm just trying to get people to wake up and realize that things can be better. You know, think people can make a change. You know, it's not like people feel like their life doesn't matter. There's whatever they do is not going to change anything. You know, things are going to continue. They're like, things have been like this way forever. That's the worst comment. I hate it when people say that, you know. So, because even if that's true, that doesn't even matter, because things can change, can and will change. And what we do will make an impact and make a change. You know what I'm saying? One man can change the world. And that is true. So that's what it is. I saw a quote from something. I don't remember what it was. It said,
you know, half of a show that was dedicated the other about I want to say 4 months ago was me arguing that individuals are important and you arguing that they weren't. But again, we're at a point where it is possible. It's not probable. It's not regular. But one man can change the world. That was my argument back then. And you said that thought and that idea was bad.
Yeah,
you were arguing individualism was bad.
Yeah, and I do agree with that. I stand on that. Individualism is not how, you know, that is the problem. Individualism is the problem. You know what I'm saying? It's a problem because
everyone's trying to be that one guy that changes the world instead of just acknowledging that it can happen. And we call these linchpin moments, which was what I was trying to explain them as. But yeah, one person can. One person can be that butterfly flap that starts the typhoon on the other side of the world. Thank you, Jeff Goldblum. Chaos theory.
Yeah.
Stuff like. And it's okay. But to say, this man is going to change the world and I'm giving him all my support because I believe in it with no reservations or anything like that. That's how we get this left-right polarization.
Yeah. So yeah, these tough conversations are needed, and that's what I like to focus on. But it's not that I'm trying to just be doom and gloom all the time.
Which that's what I accused you of back then. Has that been coming across on some messages? Because I've literally stepped away from that conversation for a while.
What?
Let's move on. About the channel being a little more negative than positive, or less neutral, more negative than neutral. My argument was always more negative than neutral because it was such a long time focused on bad things, which is ultimately what caused the change in the format.
Well, yeah, so that probably did ring with me, and that's probably one of the reasons why I've been, doing things different, and one of the reasons why I did these feel-good stories right here.
Well, like I say,
because I don't do it enough.
These were great feel-goods because the ones you were showing, I kind of agree with what you're saying. It's a feel-good story, but it was a feel-good story because it repaid what she never should have had to, or it made up for something she should have never had to do, but God's favor and it all made it good. These are literally the two you showed today were the ones I'm talking about, where these are the people that actually change the world.
Yeah, so these
people should inspire us.
Yeah, so like these two that I just showed today aren't the kind that the media bigs up that you see, big stories. The big story is going to be like the one that I showed earlier with the 7-year-old opening his own business, because it has all of these underlying tones, messages, or whatever that follows the narrative.
That's the problem. Those guys, those comments put that into a negative. They're saying that's what this kid is thinking of. That's not what this kid is thinking of. He's thinking of doing his thing. He's thinking, I don't want mom and dad to pay for college. I'm going to. He has no real concept of money. He has no concept of what's going to happen in the future or that amount. All he knows is, hey, man, I'm doing this. I'm making some money. I'm doing this for me and things like that. Anything that detracts from that narrative takes away from that little boy.
I disagree with that, because I feel like the kids should be playing. Go have fun. Enjoy life.
This is the same problem I had with when I had people come and tell me that they were upset because their kids were crawling in dumpsters to get cans with my son, when my son was going into dumpsters and he collected cans to make a little money, to supplement. He wasn't suffering. He wasn't losing anything. I would have given him his full college. I could have done it. None of that was again. But they're like, oh, well, he's digging through cans. That's a bad thing. Why is he digging through trash? It's like, well, because they want a little extra money. What is wrong with that? Why do you want to take that away from? Why do you want to make that a bad thing? Why does your life, your view of how things are on the upper end and all of this, why do you want to take the joy and the happiness and the pride that this kid has in trying to do something for himself or making things better?
Let's move on. I want to cover some stuff before we get out of here. Check this out. It says hundreds celebrating Gabon after soldiers seize power. Is there sound to this? It says people take to the streets to celebrate after Gabon's president is disposed by the army. It says people keep saying military government is bad. Wait, people keep saying military government is bad, this and that, but they have been in your so-called useless democracy whereby a family has ruled for 54 years. Give the people a break and let them breathe. Better to try the military and lose than not to try at all and remain in the family monarchy rule forever. At least now they changed their story. What are you going to do about yours? Yeah, because a lot of people are saying that maybe the military are going to end up being like a dictatorship or anyways, you know, and who's to say? We'll know with time, you know. Yeah, so but these people look like they're having a good time.
I hope all of this works out and everything. I really do. But in most of the history of man, governments run by a military don't end up well.
Yeah, well, they're talking about handing over power. They're all talking about democracy. That's what the videos were saying. So hopefully that will pan out. We'll see.
Like I said, yeah, that's what I'm wholly with an LC, and I understand that this supposedly voted in monarchy. I mean, the whole thing about this is the elections have been rigged and all of that stuff from, ever in this place. If there was any attempt at democracy, it was smashed, by government control and all of that. You know what I mean? Like I just said, 54 years it's won by someone from the same family. I don't care what your voters say, what your polls say. Something tells me in 54 years, there's been some votes miscounted.
Yeah, you would think that the power would change hands, at some point. The father and the son, and election after election after election. Like, come on, man, something ain't right with that.
Remember, this one's got cousins and uncles and stuff involved too.
Yeah.
It's not been a direct monarchy as we knew it in Western culture, from king to queen to prince to blah, 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 blah. There's been some other people, but they're still all within the same family.
Yeah. Yeah, something's definitely wrong. Let me read a couple more comments. It says, I hope that we would find a true leader. All those hardships will be pointless if the next leader is not a good one. It says, messages from our ancestors. Africa is for Africans first. Africa's resources are for Africans first. Africa's land is for Africans first. Africa's wealth is for Africans first. Africa's voice must be heard, or all your stolen gains will cause you all shame, and living in denial will cause you all pain. Let's see.
What I think is funny, if you look in that picture right there, blow that up just a little bit, just to picture that neighborhood. Yeah, you can freeze it on anything.
Can't freeze it.
You can't pause
can.
it? Okay.
Yeah.
See, look at the clothes they're wearing. Look at the paved streets.
Mm-hmm.
The buildings around in the back. Everyone says these are backward third world countries. Look at that. Good curbs with drainage, ditches. I mean, everyone, these are third world countries. I can point to neighborhoods in Houston right now that are worse than this.
Mm-hmm.
So give them a friggin' chance.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that.
I mean, everyone's, oh, they're third world. They don't know. It's like, yeah, they do. And I know I made the argument the other night, which kind of upset Deuce a little bit, about them not having the technical knowledge and stuff. But again, I go back to the corporations in saying they teach the people in these countries enough to almost run themselves.
Yeah.
And that's what I mean when I say that. I'm not saying they're backwards or dumb or anything like that. I'm saying that they have been deliberately kept at a level below what should be standard.
Yeah.
And by the people that are bringing this technology in and teaching them. And the thing is, like now, they're starting to realize, hey, what the fuck? We're not that dumb. We can get this shit done. Come on, leave us the fuck alone.
Yeah. Let me move on to this one. It says President Biden called for Young Thug bond after Trump received bond. Biden say he should be released on bond. So, Young Thug got this in the same jurisdiction too. He got the RICO charge, but he's been locked up this whole time. And so that's what this is. Let's play this.
Same charges. And if we take this seriously, they're both supposed to be presumed innocent. Even in the rare case where someone like Mr. Trump is charged, he roams free, the others do not. He is presumed innocent like any other RICO defendant. We've shown you booking shots in this district from the others. Here's his. And yet, unlike the others, unlike the vast majority of all the Trump co-defendants, he has been stuck in jail since May 2022, including tonight. His motions for any type of bond have been denied, not once, twice, or three times, but 4 separate times. That is significant because the system is denying him bail even after there were very severe preconditions offered, including being in a house without any internet service, any electronic media, access denied for him to talk to anyone other than his lawyers. There was even a proposal that he could be in a secret location, but at least prepare for his trial that way. These are the same charges.
So, and then first comment, it says, tell me you're trying to get the black vote without telling me you're trying to get the black vote. I think that's a really good comment because it's like talking about Biden and his, tokenism that he likes to do or whatever.
Well, if you didn't vote for him, you weren't black, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and don't yell at me for saying that. Those are his words. The entire world let him get by with, which baffles me.
Yeah. Another comment, it says, you still not getting the black vote, buddy. Another comment, it says, y'all sleep. Trump been advocating for freeing hip hop artists since day one, and they got out. They get out. Another comment, it says, Biden is pandering to the black community because we called out the fact that Trump got a bond on the same charge as Young Thug. So expect him to try to use this for a re-election campaign. Though I agree Young Thug deserves a bond if Trump was given one, his release is win solely for him and not all black people. We still want our reparations, Jim Crow, Joe Biden. One more comment. It says, I don't wish prison jail on any man, but I'm pretty sure Thug's RICO includes alleged violent crimes while Trump doesn't. That would be the difference in my opinion. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird how some people get bond and some don't when they have the same charges and shit. So I don't know.
That's a reasonable argument, though. If his have like violent charges, guns, stuff like that, I mean, he has the money to be a flight risk.
Yeah.
So
we know Trump ain't going nowhere.
If he's proven to be a menace to society, then it is reasonable for him to not be allowed out. And I'm not saying this against him. I don't know the charges, but if those are part of the charges, I'm not saying it's right, but it's understandable.
Let's do this one. Raswamy claims he came from no money, clash with prep school upbringing. The reason why Raswamy keeps popping up is because he's, if you guys don't know it or not, he's polling better than anybody else. It's still a good gap between him and Trump, but he's number 2. So it says his dad was an engineer. His mom was a doctor. He went to an elite private school where tuition cost $16,000 today. His parents created a stock portfolio for him in high school. The rags to riches via bootstrapping is always a lie. So yeah, that's what they keep saying about this guy, is that he's a self-made billionaire or whatever. And it's like, come on. Like when they was saying that from the jump, I was like, come on, get the hell out of here. And it was like he made his money from like a hedge fund or whatever. And I'm like, you got to have money to be able to invest. Like, get all the way the F out of here. They think we're all dumb. But most people aren't going to spend 5 minutes to look at it, and they're just going to take it for its face value. People love that rags to riches story, or, person who made themselves a billionaire out of nothing story. And it's like most of the time the story is just not true. And that's the case with this guy. Let me read some comments. It says, the gift is strong with this one. Another one that says, I've got bad news for Vivek. If he thinks he's going to win an election relying on a base of rednecks in Alabama, he's trying to get votes from people who think Obama isn't a real U.S. citizen and is definitely a Muslim. Another comment that says, what he means is he was Dave Chappelle poor. His folks had money, but compared to all the trust fund babies he hung out with, he was the broke one. So for him, having to work at all means he came from no money. That's actually a fair comment. The Dave Chappelle jokes, like you have to understand the background. But Dave Chappelle made the joke that he was broke around his friends. He was the broke one out of his friends. But Dave Chappelle he didn't come from a poor family. Let me read another comment. It says, immigrants have learned the best way to survive in the U.S. is to shit on black people and kiss up to racists as much as possible. Another comment, it says, not only that, but he invested in a pharmaceutical company that had an Alzheimer's test drug that failed 4 times. He was able to pump up the stock and then sold it off. Just as that drug failed for the 5th time, crashing the stock, he cashed out at a major profit while the stockholders got burnt. And
okay, so we already know his qualifications are the same as half the people in Congress right now.
Hey, I can't argue with that. What I be saying all the time,
he knows how to manipulate the system.
Can't argue with that. And like what I say all the time is like, I feel like how you made your money is important. How you actually did it matters. I think a lot of people look at someone who has money and they're like, oh, they're successful or whatever. But I'm like, okay, so what process did they go through to get that? If they were a pirate and they were killing and raping and pillaging people to get rich, do you still not care if that's what they did to get rich? I think a lot of people wouldn't care.
As long as you're doing it legally. I'm telling you, dude, receipts are coming.
Yeah.
They messed up when they made him take the mugshot. You know why? Not because the mugshot is going to become iconic, but because now you got to charge him. You got to get the mugshot. Biden, I want to see his. There's obviously stuff he's done. I mean, even the liberals are going to sit back and go, yeah, he might have to get taken a picture of. Hunter, I want to see that mugshot. You know, Hillary. Ooh, I'd love to see hers. She'll never have one now.
Yeah, she's fading to black already. So
Her,
yeah.
her stuff is so swept under. It does not matter that she destroyed a public server to destroy evidence and things like that. I mean,
Yeah, it's kind of interesting though. If the political climate was like it is now, when Hillary was going through what she was going through, I think that things would maybe be different as far as going through actual prosecution.
but yeah, if you think about it, she is not only the last person to get by with it, but the person that actually started the accusation investigation train by Russian collusion, Ukrainian collusion against Trump. She's the one that started all the investigations, yet she is also the very end of the line that does not get held accountable for the same things that she's accusing of. The line was drawn there. Everything forward is going to be fair game. Hillary is safe as long as she stays out of it. If she declares herself in campaign, I want mugshots.
Yeah, she's not going to do that. Let me read some more comments. It says, he applied for a Soros Family Fellowship specifically meant for immigrants. So when it came to paying for school, he was all about identity and diversity programs. Another comment.
I have no problem with that.
Yeah, so but then when he turns around and have a problem with diversity, equity, and inclusion, then that's hypocritical.
Do you realize that I'm taking classes at TSU simply because of affirmative action? There are more scholarships that are unclaimed and open for white people there because it is a historically black university.
And that's fine. I don't have no problem with that.
But
It's
see,
that when you
that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, but
I don't
when
agree with it. I do not agree with the affirmative action, all that. But I'm sure as hell going to take advantage of it.
Yeah, but then when you turn around and try to close the door for others to get to do the same thing that you did, that's hypocritical. That's fucking shitty.
Okay, yet you cheer everyone. You're cheering the same thing of the politicians cutting the tax loopholes and cutting the holes of how they got rich, when it stops other people from being able to, the regular people from being able to use it now.
That's not the same.
It actually is. It's oh well. I'm gonna cut these loopholes. I'm gonna stop this from happening and stuff, or not. It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
No, it shouldn't have never been a situation where people could use those loopholes and avoid paying their taxes. At some point, it has to come to an end. Saying that somebody else got away with it before is a reason to keep it open forever. At some point, it's going to have to come to an end. Yeah, somebody got away with it. Fine, whatever. It's got to end at some point. Saying that somebody else got away with it is a reason to not close that loophole is a terrible argument.
I'm not saying that at all. I'm talking about closing loopholes.
Let me read another comment. It says, when people that aren't white are Republicans, what kind of brainwashing was necessary that you support a political party that literally hates you? He'll never get anywhere in Republican politics. He's not white. Another comment, it says, to be fair, that kind of bootstrapping, they worked their way up and took the steps needed to get rich and create generational wealth. I don't get that comment at all.
He's saying this is exactly the loopholes in the system. He did he slid in there. He did that. He pulled himself up, and that's how he's creating generational wealth. He is like you said, he's trying to close loopholes that he used.
Yeah, well, it's still not right that worked my way up and took the steps I needed to get rich and create generational wealth. I mean, I guess he did make the steps that he needed to create generational wealth, but as far as the part about him pulling himself up by his bootstraps is not true. That part is just not true.
Well, that's the programs and the loopholes that he used to get up. That's the bootstraps.
Yeah, but the idea of pulling yourself up by your bootstraps, meaning that you don't have anything. All you have is your bootstraps, and you use that
No,
to get.
you have your mind, you have your ability. If you do not use the methods around, if you do not use these government programs, if you do not use these loopholes, then whose fault is that?
Well, no, but the argument is that his family was rich. He came from a rich ass family that hooked him up. And that's really what put him in position to be able to be the person that he is today. He didn't do it on his own. He's not a self-made billionaire. That's the argument.
He had connections, just like most of the other ones do.
Let me read one more comment. It says, OMG, Vivek lied about his upbringing. Come on, people. After George Santos, the lame media, and everyone else should insist on a complete background check for every politician, no exceptions. How many people and Republicans know Vivek accepted a scholarship from Soros, even though he was already a millionaire? This is an insight into the hypocritical character of this man. That's the point, the character of this guy, So the reason why he's under scrutiny of his character is because he's running for president. If he wasn't running for president,
look, why are we even arguing about him being a presidential candidate? We know he's not.
What do you mean? He is.
Look, he's running for president. That don't mean he's got a chance.
Yeah,
he's not going to make it. He's a sacrificial lamb.
I honestly, I don't think he's going to make it at all.
He
But
is the same as if Bernie was back.
But
He's
what
there to collect votes to give it to someone else.
But we don't know that for sure. Anything can happen.
Absolutely, he is.
What I don't think he has a chance. Honestly, I don't. But what he's the second man in line. And what if Trump goes to jail? What if Trump is excluded from being able to run? Then this dude would have a real shot.
Then he's going to give his votes over to Santos.
Santos. Who are you talking about?
DeSantis, excuse me.
DeSantis. DeSantis is not
I'm
even.
sorry, I've been calling him DeSatan and stuff like that because I don't like him.
DeSantis is polling horribly.
Excuse me. Can I use the example of Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton so you can identify it easier as a left position about how that can fucking change real quick?
Yeah, well, anything could change.
No, that's the whole thing. It doesn't matter who's polling. It matters who the party thinks can win.
Yeah, well,
and this guy, he ain't gonna win. You put this guy up against Biden. Yeah, you put that guy up against Beto, which basically he is the Republicans' Beto. You understand what I'm saying? Beto O'Rourke.
Yeah. I hear you. And like I say, I don't think he has a chance. But that doesn't mean
he's not there to do anything other than collect votes to give to another candidate.
Well,
he's a hype man. He's the guy that gets voted out in the third episode of American Idol.
Well, he's polling way ahead of the rest of the crowd, other than Trump. Like the other ones are getting 0.5% and shit like that. I think he's at like 17%, some shit.
And do you know why? Because he's got 45, I love 45 hands so far up his rear end, they might as well call him Mitt like a Romney.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, he might as well be Kermit the Frog talking about right now.
I agree with that.
He's a Muppet. Oh, that's good. He's a Muppet.
He might end up being the VP.
Good call for that. Yes. He's got the diversity. He doesn't have the woman, but he's got the rest of the diversity.
Yeah. Let's check this out. It says, Perfect Human posted this. The U.S. Department of Labor has officially proposed raising the overtime threshold. Under the new rule, workers making less than $55,000 a year would now get time and a half for working over 40 hours a week. This includes all salaried workers, including managers, supervisors, and highly credentialed professionals. Hourly workers are already eligible for overtime. This is a huge increase from the current threshold of $35,000 a year. It would extend key protections to 3.6 million more workers across the U.S., and the threshold would automatically update every 3 years to keep pace with rising wages. This is interesting. It says how 3.6 million workers could soon get a raise. The Biden administration just moved to expand overtime protections, giving Americans their time and money back.
I'll tell you, man, I would actually be willing to do food service management under this. I went back to server because I make more per hour that I'm at the job as a server than the managers do.
Mm-hmm. That's the case at a lot of restaurants, though.
But because all the restaurants want you to work 50. Or if you're going to be a manager, you're going to work 55 hours, which comes up to $3 an hour less than 40 hours as a server.
Yeah, but the guaranteed pay, the vacation time, the healthcare benefits, stuff like that makes it worth it, I would say. So I've been on both sides.
Yeah, I went 2 years as a bar manager, and all that taught me was how much I hate fucking managers and how much managers are taken advantage of in food service. And I got out from behind the tie and back behind the tray. And my first 2 years, I worked 10 hours less per week and made 30% more, which covered health insurance, taking time off when I wanted to, and a vehicle payment.
Yeah, well, you don't get vacation time, and you're not guaranteed your money. 1 week from the next, the fluctuation of pay is severe.
Yes, I did absolutely have to go back to. Well, no, I was as a server right now. I'm not living week to week. I'm living month to month. But that took 2 years of getting back on my feet after the pandemic to do that. I mean, at that time, I was literally week to week. And like I say, it took 2 years to get month to month on that because of the fluctuations of pay. Because next month is going to be better. This month sucks. And if I didn't know what I knew about food service going into it, it would take me 3 or 4 years to have got back to that, to be to month instead of week to week.
Yeah. So overall, it's better to take that salary position, even when it's less pay. Let me play this.
Salaried Americans, if you worked more than 40 hours a week, your boss was required to pay you time and a half for every minute you worked over 40 hours. More Americans had more time to spend with their families, on vacation, or in their communities. Not anymore.
My name's Rebecca Latham. I worked as a restaurant manager for 14 very long years. I averaged about 60 hours every week. I basically lived at work and slept and ate only at home. I miss so much of the kids. Being at home with Douglas when he was little, the first time he crawled, the first steps, I felt like I never saw my baby. I'd get home on my days off and I would just sleep. I didn't get to be the mom. I didn't get to be my husband's wife. I was the GM.
Until the 1970s, the rules were very simple. For most,
So it says the U.S. Department of Labor has officially proposed to raise the overtime threshold. Under the new rule, salaried workers making less than $1,059 a week or $55,000 a year would get time and a half for working over 40 hours a week. The threshold would automatically adjust every 3 years to keep pace with rising wages. This threshold hasn't been properly updated in 50 years. Currently, salaried workers making over $35,000 aren't typically eligible for overtime pay. And that's the thing about salaried, you know, they get you because they don't have to pay you overtime, and they can work you 60, 70, 80 hours a week. And you're still going to get paid the same amount.
Look at this difference, though. Okay, yeah, I need you to see this. They're talking about raising it for $55,000 a year. My management was just a little less than 35. So I wouldn't have been eligible for overtime pay, even under this new law, because I was only making about $750 a week, $800 a week on there, not $1,000.
Well, no, they're talking about.
That's what it's. No, look,
it's saying that number and less.
Under the new rule. See, that's just it. I was making less.
So you would still be covered.
No. Oh, making less than. Okay, yeah, that's what it's doing. It's taking that and making it better. My bad.
Yeah, so that's the.
I was reading those as the up and as the we're not going to do anything below that number.
You know, above that number, they're not going to do nothing for you.
Below that number, they're looking. And I'm sorry, that should actually go up to $73,000 a year.
I would agree with that because that's what they're going to do. They're just going to pay you $56,000 a year and then still work your ass 80 hours.
Well, here's the deal. At $73,000 a year after taxes, your take-home pay in Texas, because we don't have a personal income tax, is right about $5,000 a month. That's, if you need more than $5,000 a month to live, that's a you problem. That's not a me problem. That's not a society problem. That's not a government or inflation problem. That's a you problem.
And let me read this. It says, in 2014, Obama tried to double the overtime threshold to include workers earning up to $47,000. This caused a massive uproar among big business, and ultimately a federal judge invalidated it in 2017. Under Trump, the ruling wasn't appealed, and the threshold only rose to $35,000. It says 3.6 million more workers would now be eligible for overtime protections. It would raise the wages of working people by $1.3 billion a year. Currently, a worker making just $36 a year can be required to work 50 or 60-hour work week with no additional pay. This proposal would ensure that employers have skin in the game when they ask these workers to work long hours. I like this. I hope it actually comes through. It says the U.S. Department of Labor has officially, I read that. The comment, it says, this is called incrementalism. Its purpose is to pacify the masses, to stave off revolution. It works very well to lower the pressure without fundamentally changing anything, a promise Biden made when running for president. Oh, man. The Democrats and their incrementalism. Yep, they're really good at that. This is what they do. This is like their freaking job.
Dude, I guess in that point, I am very democratic when I come to stuff like that, because I don't care about all these big sweeping changes. Stop fucking shit up. Let's chip away at this stuff. Minimum wage, fine. You want it to be $15 an hour, yet there are some states where anything above $9 an hour is going to cut out smaller businesses and stuff like that and hurt them a little more. So since we can't get every state up to $15 an hour, Why don't we do it nationally at 9? What we know that can be handled.
Well, they haven't raised minimum wage since what, 1990 something? I want to say.
Actually, much further than that. What you're referring to is they haven't raised wages for service workers like you and I since 1994, when minimum wage went up to $4.25 an hour. Since then, there's been 5 or 6 raises. I think it was in the 2000s or something like that. It went up to $7.25. But server pay has stayed what it was since 1994, half of minimum wage back then. Technically, if it stayed complacent and equal with the raises in minimum wage, we should be making $3.62 an hour. And I don't know about you, but that would be the huge difference in how much taxes I had to pay at the end of the year. Because every year that I'm a server, I've had to pay taxes at the end of the year because my $2.13 an hour doesn't cover it. So they take money out of my weekly check and all of that, and I rarely ever get anything back. And a lot of servers in the last 5 years, we don't get paid every day anymore. We don't get our cash. We get our cash tips, but any cash we make, we turn in. And all of our tips, other than that, go to the house, and then the house pays us our tips on our check. Some places have, and states even go as far as saying, I'm sorry, but since I have to pay 3.5% credit card transaction on this money when I take it, I am now going to charge you 3.5% of your credit card tips. And that is legal to take that from us.
Yeah. Let's move on to this. Another Vivek one. It says, Vivek Ramaswamy, who claimed he could speak truthfully on climate change because he's not bought and paid for, has a 50 million plus stake in an investment firm dedicated to drilling as much fossil fuel as possible. The main fund is literally called Drill. So it says how Vivek Ramaswamy makes money from climate denial. At Wednesday's debate, Ramaswamy said he was the only candidate who's not bought and paid for. That couldn't be further from the truth. It says Vivek Ramaswamy is not bought and paid for, but he's buying fossil fuels. Let's read a comment. It says, this is so spectacular in its shamelessness that it's almost not depressing. Another comment says, absolutely effing bonkers how cartoonishly thin-veiled this shit is.
Okay, yeah, this guy, okay, no offense, but you really are pulling up some leftist pages on this. You need to work your algorithm to get more of both sides. That being said, yeah, he's not bought and paid for. I want to see his campaign donors before we say he's bought and paid for. However, he definitely, beyond a shadow of a doubt, has a vested interest in fossil fuels.
Clearly. Let's read a couple of...
I'm not going to say he's bought and paid for by fossil fuel, but yeah, he definitely makes money from them, which makes me, and all the stuff he said and the things I know about him, say, yeah, you're not the kind of person that I feel is going to say no to legislature that's going to deny you making money.
Exactly.
Everything about your history and all this stuff that we've talked about before, about him taking advantage of the system, tells me that he's there to take it. He's here to make money.
Yep.
He's not here to lead.
Right. He's not looking out for the people.
And while I admire that kind of stuff like that, get the fuck out of my politics.
Let's see. It says Ramswarmy has reported more than 50 million in holdings in Strive, which to date is mostly a fund to promote fossil fuel development. At Semaphore Reports, the largest fund at Strive, called Drill, invests in U.S. energy companies and urges them to keep drilling for oil so long as it is profitable. Though Semaphore describes Drill holdings as energy, the vast majority are fossil fuels, according to Strive's own description. 93.6% of Drill's investments are in oil, gas, and pipeline companies. These companies rank among the world's top climate polluters. It says, man literally runs an investment fund dedicated to drilling fossil fuels. This is a tweet from Ramswarmy. He says, I was the only one on the stage last night not bought and paid for by the super PAC, so I can speak freely. Here's the truth. The climate disaster death rate has declined by 98% over the last century, even as carbon emissions have risen. The average person is 50 times less likely to die of a climate-related cause than in 1920. Why? Fossil fuels. And an inconvenient truth for the climate cult. The real emergency isn't climate change. It's the man-made disaster of climate change policies that threaten U.S. prosperity. Yeah, I don't think this guy knows what he's getting into with the politics stuff.
His last statement is not wrong, but everything leading up to it was.
We must stop the terror. I call upon all nations to do everything they can to stop these terrorist killers. Thank you. Now watch this drive. We must.
I remember this. History photograph. It says George Bush gives speech on terrorism and then proceeds to rip a drive. Bush famously stopped golfing once the Iraq War started and didn't golf for the rest of his presidency. Yeah, one comment, it says, this man has the blood of 1 million innocent people in his hands. Yeah, how nonchalant he is about the whole thing is what makes this a thing.
Well, the reason that he stopped the reason he stopped golfing was because no matter how he went, where he went to golf and stuff like that, they had so much paparazzi with high length directional mics on him, they couldn't have the private conversations on the golf course that they needed to have. And I'm going to point out to you right off the bat, and this is one of the things that sold me on Obama, was the fact that he hated golf. In his speeches for his very first campaign, I don't like golf. I'm not interested. I don't play golf. Yet he spent a whole lot of time on golf courses after he got elected. Because that's where the deal making goes down. That's where the conversations go down that aren't on mics, that aren't in the public, that they can keep people away from. That's why you learn to play golf if you become a politician. That's why 45, if you think about it and you pay attention, every time he went to his New Jersey golf course, a new national policy was announced. Because that's where all the politicians were. It was easier for them to get to him from Washington and all of that. All the times he went down to Mar-a-Lago in Florida, a new international policy was introduced. Including, he went down to Mar-a-Lago for Christmas, right? No. He took off and went over to serve the troops in Iran or Iraq or wherever it was at the time. When everyone was saying, no president has ever gone, He's the only president that's never gone there on Thanksgiving or Christmas to serve the troops and to hang out with the troops. And sure enough, there he was. Yet he was in Mar-a-Lago, supposedly.
Mm.
And I'm not saying good, bad. I'm not saying yay Trump or anything like that. I just noticed that watching the golf things, watching Obama, because I liked him. I voted for him the first time, not the second time. And I started paying attention. And I noticed that he hated golf. And then all of a sudden started playing golf.
Mm-hmm. I gotta say, George W. had a nice swing on this drive he did here in this clip.
He knocked the crap out of, you got to realize he learned how to play golf and stuff like that down here in Texas where it's hot as crap. It's like smack. That's textbook, dude.
Yeah, his swing is good. I saw a lot of clips of Trump's swing, and none of his swings look that good.
You don't have to play good when you're Trump. You're gonna win anyway.
Yeah, especially when it's your golf course. Let me
I
read
mean,
a couple.
if not, it's rigged, right?
Yeah. Let me read a couple more comments. It says, "Oh, that's the guy that led us into an unending war. Remind me where the weapons of mass destruction were and how many terror attacks were thwarted by the Patriot Act. Hint, both are zero." Another comment that says, "Bro is mad about something him and his dad started." Another comment says, "Many Americans and Iraqis died for a lie called WMD that never existed." Another comment that says, "It's America. There's blood on every president's hands." Another comment that says, "If you still believe that 9/11 wasn't inside job, you definitely need a boost for your IQ." Another comment that says, "Launched an unjustified war on Iraq, killed a bunch of Iraqis and his own soldiers for no reason. All oil and personal needs." Another comment that says, "He just woke up from 22-year coma. How did it go? I'm sure they found the WMDs, right? Is the Taliban defeated? I'm sure the price was worth it. And America's blind, patriotism brought peace to the world. Thank you, Mr. Bush." That would be a plot for a movie. That would be pretty interesting, I think. Another comment that says, "Bush,
just think about 20 years, someone going into a coma in the year 2000 and then waking up in like 2020, 2022. Let's say the pandemic didn't happen. Let's just throw that all out the window. Yet still waking up and saying, well, Trump is president. The number one song is WAP, and everyone is trying to get Maybe It's Cold Outside taken off the air because, well, it's rapey."
Yeah, man. I think if you just went into a coma in 2019 and woke up in 2023, you'd be like, "What the F?"
5 years. 3 years isn't quite enough because any trend that happened was starting 3 years. You could see it maybe coming up, but 5 years.
Yeah, I don't know about that because a lot happened in the last couple of years, bro. I don't think anybody could have seen COVID coming.
I like 20 years for one reason. That's one generation.
Yeah. So, but I'm saying it's before Trump.
From birth to the next child is about 20 years.
Yeah, but I'm just saying.
Unfortunately, that's an average instead of an actual lowball number. But just like I said, every 20 years, if you go back every 20 years and say, imagine if this person woke up today. The craziness.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I agree with you. The pandemic.
Yeah, Trump being president, the COVID thing,
The whole
the
pandemic thing alone,
the LGBTQ
world
things,
shaking.
all of that is just like boom, boom, boom. Just less than 5 years. You know, Bud Light having a transgender person as their, you know.
No, stop. I have to say, and I always have to on this subject, it's not about it being a transgender person. It was about it being that transgender person. If you got the chick, if you got the chick from Orange is the New Black, Simone, to do a Bud Light commercial, do you think the world would have lost their freaking minds?
I don't know.
Or this Dylan Mulvaney? Which one of those two? The reason that the world lost their minds over the Bud Light thing was who it was, not the fact that they were trans. Another trans person could have done it, a less controversial one, and it would have gone fine. It still would have been a little shaky, but it would not have cost 3,000 people their jobs. It wouldn't have cost a 30% market share change and a 10% direct loss of an entire brand over that, to the point where they're actually considering selling the Bud Light brand, the Budweiser brand now.
Let me play this.
Is building their own medical center. But first of all, the Black Panther Party, attuned to the needs of Black people and other oppressed people, is open a free medical center for the same purpose we open a free breakfast center, free breakfast program. It's to let the people know that we are concerned with their basic needs and desires, and also to educate the people to the fundamentals of socialism, and also to heighten the contradictions within this capitalistic system. When I mean heighten the contradictions, all I'm saying is that is let the people be aware of the fact that the Black Panther Party, an organization which only been existing since 1966, is taking care of people, helping them as far as healthcare is concerned, and the federal government with all its wealth and resources not doing anything on a major scale, you know.
So I want to play the beginning of that clip again because
Why are the Black Panthers building their own medical center?
Well, first of all, it said, why are the Black Panthers building their own medical center? So that's what's interesting about this clip is that, you know, they're really popular about the breakfast programs that they did, but the medical center is not something that they talk about, you know. And, you know, so when we talk about things and, you know, what we have and what we don't have as a society, you know, healthcare is one of those ones that pop up that we talk about a lot, and how like a lot of countries around the world have figured out how to do universal healthcare, and somehow here in the States we haven't. But besides that, you know, having a community that takes care of themselves, you know, they create a breakfast program, they create a healthcare clinic, so allow people to come to a clinic, you know, without having to pay, you know, and crowd fund it. You know, it's really cool thing. Like I go to this medical center and it's for like immigrants or whatever, and they just charge you the base price for everything there for the procedures, and they'll give you some pharmaceutical stuff, whatever they have, but you'll have to go to, you know, your regular places to get your pharmaceuticals, and you're gonna have to pay whatever you have to pay. They'll give you little vouchers or whatever, but the main way you lose money is by the doctor's visit is a basic charge, and like they charge each procedure separately, and it's always the base charge, the lowest amount that they can charge you for. And they don't ask you for a bunch of like, I don't know, paperwork or whatever. I mean, you're going to have to do your regular forms for like medical history and stuff like that. But because it's for like immigrants, they don't ask for a bunch of like stuff, you know. So it's people that are here in Houston. They may be legal or they may not be or whatever. But see, this place is not trying to ask you if you're legal or whatever. They're just trying to serve everyone, you know, and not charge them out the ass. Anyway, it's a cool place that I go to. So that place makes me think of this, or that makes me think of that place. This makes me think of that place. You know, the Black Panthers having a freaking medical clinic. I think a lot of people probably didn't know about that.
Man, I need some medical shit myself really bad right now.
Yeah, I can send you the information on that place.
Yeah, I'm actually having trying to get to the Uber and up to where I can get my money up to buy health insurance because my teeth are so bad.
They do. I want to say they do dental there too. I want to say they do that there too. I want to say I'm not 100% on that.
Well,
they have
I'm
a children's
at a place where my teeth are so bad that if I can get health insurance, a doctor will prescribe the orthodontic treatment as a medical procedure.
Yeah, well, if
I'm that far along, it's that bad right now.
Yeah, well, if dental becomes emergency at some point, and you can go to the ER for that shit. Yeah, so the place I'm talking about, it's over there it's right by the Social Security office on Stancliffe. If you know where I'm talking about.
Shoot me the address.
Yeah.
Or even the name of it. Just give me enough that I can look it up.
Yeah, I'll next time I think about it, I'll send it to you in text. Let me read this. It says the Black Panther Party was building free medical clinics as well. Find out just how brilliant you are. Oh, So the point is that they were building free medical clinics, and I think that's something that people don't realize. And, you know, this thing also shows how the community can step in where the government is falling short. You know what I mean? Instead of waiting for the government to come and save you or whatever, to help you or whatever, you can build these types of things within your community, for your community, by your community. You know, you don't need any outside resources, because if you organize it enough, you could just do it. Let's read a comment. It says, the government never wanted Black people to be self-sufficient, never. Another comment, it says, the government criminalized or killed these people for standing up for themselves and helping people. Let's see. Can I scroll? Is there some more? Oh. Hold on. It says, we need to start another Black Panther Party. Another comment, it says, I wish that someone with values, the Black Panther Party instilled would run for president, so I could, for the first time in 50 years, vote for someone that wanted all people to be treated equally. And that's what's important too, related to the Black Panther Party, because I think a lot of people don't understand, and the history has been twisted or whatever, but it was kind of like the what Jesse Jackson was doing. It was everybody. Like, the Black Panthers didn't turn away anyone. It was everyone in the community could go and use these services. It wasn't just for Black people. And they had all different kinds of people that was involved in the organization and that benefited from it. It was about helping the community. It was about helping poor folks. Another comment, it says, what even sicker is that the government went to war with these teens, young adults that did want any race of people. What even sicker is that the government went to war with these teens, young adults that did want any race of people would have done in society that was destroying them. They literally killed kids. Some of these Panthers weren't older than 23. Another comment, it says, what a difference in the younger generation then compared to now. The Black Panther Party was a threat to the status quo. They only attack those who are a threat to the system. Another comment, it says, anytime a person of color is in control of anything that gives them a large positive following of people of color, they become a target. Another comment says, yet the government felt threatened by the Black Panther Party hospital. One more. It says, there is no as well Do you all know what they came up with the idea of food stamps and WIC? Please do some research. That's where that came from, is them. The whites were going against them during the beginning. They didn't want us to have anything to ourselves, so they took it away from them and took control. Why do y'all think the leaders of the Black Panther got arrested? They were starting things for our people, and the government didn't want to see them be great. They already had a lot of power. Yeah, so they're saying that they started the food stamps and WIC thing. One more story and we got to wrap it. This one, it says, can y'all hear me? I'm having anxiety here. It says, did y'all know this? This is a destroying people as we speak. It makes me sick that from 1998, 2003, 8 million people died in Congo so that the world can have smartphones. I have stood at the site of these genocides on mass graves and seen the bullet casings that took the lives of children, women, and men. I have seen people starving to death while Congo can barely protect its borders from the effing Rwanda soldiers who are destroying and destabilizing Congo so that the Muzungu can steal more mineral wealth, of which there is $24 trillion of it in the ground, mined by Congolese, transported by the Chinese, so that iPhone can put on their product assembly in California. No Congo, no Silicon Valley. No Congo, no nuclear weapons. No Congo, no Tesla, Microsoft, or microchips. No crammers, no laptops, or PlayStation. I have watched the effing NGOs do nothing while people beg for water and food. At the same time, they are using their vehicles to smuggle minerals into Rwanda daily. Meanwhile, the Negroes in the rest of the Black world just going to act like nothing's happening while they drive around in their foreigns with their diamonds and keep ignoring the deaths of our brothers and sisters. It's not a civil war in Congo. It's an engineered genocide funded by the West so that people can have a green energy revolution. At the same time as worrying about their carbon footprint, they aren't concerned with the carbon melanated humans who are dying for their profits. I've been going to Congo for 8 years. I've reached out to many people to support and actually come. None of them have come. France 24 for the documentary, Real Sway for the interviews. So this is Chaka Bars. I follow him on Instagram. He's a real, what's the word? Like, he actually does things. Like, he likes to save elephants. Elephants and orphans is his thing. So yeah, he builds up funds and he uses it to build housing for orphans, and he feeds them. He's like adopted like a whole freaking like huge group of orphans that he takes care of, and he saves elephants. That's his other thing he does. Like, he gets them off of like circuses and places where they've been mistreating the elephants and get them to wildlife sanctuaries or even released back into the wild. Really cool stuff that this guy's doing. It says 1,500 kilograms of concentrated sulfuric acid waste to produce the nickel for one battery for one car. The theft of cobalt, coltan, etc. is destroying DR Congo. 8 million dead in Congo and counting for iPhone and electric cars.
For the African people, for the Congolese people first, and then the African people in general, we're never going to have any money. Every single other ethnic group in the world is in Congo making money and exploiting people. One of the things that startled me is the way that the water is being poisoned. So now babies are being born with birth defects. Because if you, like most modern green energy cars, they have an NMC system, a nickel, manganese, cobalt system, right? And if you look at just the waste from nickel alone, right, of which Congo also produces, every single time that there is a car that is being produced, there are 50 tons of waste from that car that is sulfuric acid producing waste, right? If you take a ton of the waste, there's going to be 9% in that ton. There's going to be 9% of sulfur, and sulfur, when it mixes with air and it mixes with water, is going to cause 300 kilos of concentrated sulfuric acid, right? From every single ton. Malcolm X said that Africa is shaped like a gun and Congo is the trigger. And until we are able to organize the resources of Congo for the African people, for the Congolese people first, and then the African people in general, we're never going to have any money. Every single other ethnic group in the world is in Congo making money and exploiting people. One of the things that startled me is the way that the water is being poisoned.
Yeah, so this is Chaka Bars. Let's read some comments. It says, we are at a pivot point. If we all focus and affirm the sovereignty reclamation for the peoples of DR Congo, it will become reality. Melanated people are masters of the spiritual realm. We command in the spiritual, and it manifests in the physical. Let's affirm freedom and protection for the people of Congo. Another comment says, the magnitude of destruction is devastating, and they really aren't showing these posts to us. Thank you for sharing and showing up. Another one that says, France Fanon said, Africa is shaped like a gun, and Congo is the trigger. It's not Malcolm. Another one that says, Malcolm X didn't say that. It was France Fanon. Another comment that says, this is so crazy that I never see your posts like this. Another one that says, enough respect and manners, Chaka, for making the world knows what's happening. Another comment that says, thank you for speaking about this. Miseducate ourselves to not fall into the green trap. I own my phone for 5 years now and count on keeping it a few more years. Yeah, people have to have that new phone every year. There's a new phone that came out in China too, and people aren't talking about it. I can't think of the name of it, but it's like really a big deal. I'm probably going to go into that tomorrow. And I wanted to talk about the Frankfurt, talking about France and the, what was it? It was the Frank. Let me see if I can find that right quick. Because the francs is the dollar for France, the fiat currency for France. Hold on, let me see if I can find what I'm looking for here. If I don't find it quickly, I'm just gonna move on. What happened? Somebody's just sent me something. I just got a bleep. Did you send me something?
I did not.
Somebody sent me something. Anyways, let me see if I can find what I'm looking for. Because all of the stuff related to Gabon and Niger, all of that stuff is connected. This one, military coup in Gabon seen as part of broader revolt. I can't go into that. It's too long. Oh, we could do some funny shit. Let's do something funny right quick to finish this off. Did you watch the little left versus right skits that I sent in the group chat?
I watch that stuff a lot, but when it comes on my phone, I don't have a lot of time to look at it. You guys are about your phone. I'm about the computer. That's why instead of posting a lot of stuff to the group, I just post to the Activate page, which you really should tell people about. We should let them put stuff on the Activate, and because it is an open group, and I keep it among the stuff that we talk about and things like that, and some sarcastic things too. But that's why I've been posting it in Activate instead of on the phone, because I'm on my computer 6 hours a day. I'm on my phone an hour and a half a day, and I can't listen and watch videos because I'm working.
That's a good thing. I mean, you mentioned this before too, and I said I was going to do something. So I'm going to just remind myself, because one of the things that I'm doing different is I'm trying to make sure that the stuff that I cover, I try to send it on my Twitter to tweet it out. So who's ever following the Twitter can know what we're going to talk about in the show.
And I don't have Twitter.
Yeah, so that's fine though. But the Activate, I could just, whatever I tweet, I can send it to the Activate too. I could just do both of them. And so, but the thing is that Activate, I had a lot of traffic early on when I created that group, but it's like died. And that's the reason why I freaking don't even do anything on there anymore now.
Because you stopped interacting.
Yeah, it's like.
Because all you do is post, hey, I'm online.
Yeah.
I don't know how much interaction has gone up more. I started doing, like I said, I'll send over shorts of like, I see something that's interesting, good, bad, whatever. I toss it over there. Just hope, actually, because it's easier for me if I can go back, go on Facebook, go to the Activate. It's easier than going to my own page.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna
So
start
I can
doing
go to
that.
Activate, and then I try to share it with our text group.
Yeah, so that's what I'm gonna do. Whatever I share in the text group, I'm gonna share it on Activate and Twitter too. That's how I'll do that. So for you, you'll have it in more than one place, because I know that the other guys in the group don't really be on the Activate very much.
Well,
and for the people that want to know what's going to be on the show, they can follow the Twitter, and then they'll know what we're going to talk about in the show.
And hey, the thing is, what I want to say is the Activate page, that will allow people that aren't the four main speakers here or the main participants, it'll allow them to go, hey, what about this? What about this? Show us what you want us to talk about.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to hear from people more. I just keep screaming that, but people say they're going to join, they're going to talk, they're going to comment, but then they never do. So I just don't like to. I don't have so much energy, you know. Like, bruh, it's so hard. Like, this is for y'all. I'm doing this for y'all.
At this point, we've been doing this for a long time. You know what we do. I came in late. You know what I do. Chaka, Pat, you guys have been going on for a long time, man. They all know us.
Yeah.
Enough that they're coming back, because it's not random new people watching us all the time. It's people coming back.
Right.
So, hey, what do you want us to talk about?
Yeah.
If you got someone that wants to chat with us, hook us up with them. We got room for up to 5 more people on a regular basis in this room. And I want to hear, no offense, I'm tired of arguing with you guys.
Yeah.
I want new people.
Yeah.
And we're going to be rough because we're learning. We're learning how to be kind. We're learning how to be gentle. And sorry for all the guys who have come in here and gotten rolled because it's like, ooh, fresh meat.
Yeah, Pat is harsh on people too. try to tone them back a little bit.
I can handle that now that I've seen what happens.
Yeah.
I can actually handle that. But yeah, we want other people to talk. The whole idea is the three of us, despite the differences between us, are really in our core close to the same ideas.
Yes, just like the rest of the United States,
Yeah.
I think.
I mean,
we are a good representation of, we're missing a female, but overall, we're a good representation of You know, even though we disagree on a lot of stuff, but I think that we agree on more than we disagree, and I think that's true for the whole spectrum.
Well, see, that's where I finally came up with, you know, like I said, I've been working toward my own ideas and setting stuff down and things like that. And you've noticed, my thing is we can do better. We can listen more. We can try to understand more.
And I think the show has been consistently getting better.
We find where we agree on first is where I'm coming from. We can fight out here all day long, and I will do that because it is awesome. It is fun. But, you know, when it comes to the bottom of the day, we can all sit in the same room with each other because not a single one of us has what I would consider a non-human point of view.
Yeah, it's got some compassion and empathy in there.
I mean, and even the worst opinion that we may have of someone is like, yeah, fuck off on that. And I'm saying that in the affectionate bro, have a drink kind of way. Not the internet's hiding behind my keyboard kind of way.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, fuck off, dude, man. I don't want to deal with your shit right now.
Yeah.
I mean, that's different from, fuck you, dude. I'm not going to deal with this shit.
Yeah. Well, let me play this clip and we're going to wrap it on this.
They look funny.
It's the ridiculousness. It's the ridiculousness of this polar, left-right dynamic that we have going on in the States right now. It's like, it's really hilarious, but we get stuck in it and we taking it serious and we at each other's throat, and it's really silly.
These two guys come up on all 3 of my algorithms. You know, I do 3 different IDs, so I've got a left, a right, and myself, which tends to lean toward the right, but that's the way I feel. But I've got a radical left, I've got a radical right, and these guys come up on all 3 of the feeds.
That should tell you something. I got 2 of these videos. I might play both of them. Let's play some of this. Hopefully we get some chuckles.
And I'm Wayne. And together we are a gay, inter-radical political protester couple.
Look at your boy Washington's stupid hat.
Who is Sean King? Are you f***ing him?
At first, our political differences were kind of hot, but lately it's just become too much.
Oh, very funny. Oh, and what you've been doing all lockdown hasn't been. On paper, we do have the same interests.
We both love costumes, marching, wrecking property.
We both have bad tattoos, like my flaming American Eagle back piece.
Yeah, I'm thinking of getting a stick and poke of a bottle of beer. We both think there was election fraud. We just disagree on which election. What are you doing?
Just looking for a few more votes. They're here somewhere.
Let it go.
You let Russia go.
I think he was agitating in my protest.
I think he was agitating at my protest. If you weren't at the protest, then show me your GPS history for January 6th.
I'm not doing this again. I told you I was at my mother's. I guess the root of the problem is we both just changed a little bit.
I used to think destructive protesters were terrorists, and now I think they're patriots.
I used to think the cops were cold-blooded murderers, but now I think the lady who got shot at the Capitol got exactly what she deserved. Guy will do anything Trump tells him to.
You'll do anything the media tells you to.
Tell him when I caught you singing in the shower yesterday.
Okay, I can't sing in the shower now. Wouldn't you know that Trump's my hero?
This hero is a threat to American democracy.
Like you care about democracy or America.
At least I know how to protest, you rookie. I do this. You're a hobbyist.
Okay, and what did I tell you about using my poster board?
What? When I first met you, you didn't even like making signs. You're just copying me.
You're an NPC.
You're an NPC.
As a matter of fact, I love protesting, just waiting for Trump to get back on Twitter to tell us where to go.
The guy should be impeached.
Well, how'd that work out last time for you? We did one protest and we broke into the Capitol. Wayne's wrecking some deli in Brooklyn.
You broke in and took selfies. Even the Women's March got that place shut down.
Just looking at our news coverage, this is called doing damage, Wayne.
I set a f***ing cop car on fire.
Guy stole some knickknacks from Target. He thinks he's Farrakhan.
You know what? I do actually agree with him.
Farrakhan
Farrakhan has some good points.
Yeah, good points on choice issues.
I'm going to my sister's.
I am probably going to jail, which is kind of crappy unless King Trump pardons us, which he probably will because he cares about us.
He only cares about himself.
He's the least selfish president. I do want to make this relationship work.
Plus, moving right now would be pretty challenging. We're both unemployed.
Remember that time we agreed on the $2,000?
Low-key, I was a little jealous when they stormed those gates. I just barely get to protest anymore. And just for once, I wish you'd just acknowledge your racism.
Yes, okay, I'm a little bit racist. Sue me. This guy's been talking about black guys every day for the last 6 months. I get a little bit jealous. Truth be told, we both actually made support for our movement go down.
Yeah, it turns out normal people hate the chaos we cause.
Trump's got my back, though.
Well, why don't you just marry him?
It's like, I really love it, poking fun at the, because at the end of the day, a lot of it is ridiculous, man. It's
Dude,
ridiculous.
I've been as much as as a lot of people seem to think I lean right, you realize I've been cracking jokes about both sides the whole time. They're both absurd. The far left, the far right are so out there. I mean, there's 50,000 comedians out of work because of politics and media today. I mean, we need to get a support group for these guys.
Yeah, they're so fucked up that the comedians can't even come up with funnier jokes than the shit that's actually happening.
They're turning on the news.
It's so crazy.
I mean, at least Fox
so we get
went so far as saying that their news channel is news entertainment.
Yeah. So
I mean, that's like wrestling, right? WWE or WWF, it's sports entertainment. Fox is news entertainment.
Yeah. So
That's why I can watch them.
So we get our jokes from the media, and we get our truth and news from the comedians.
Is that not what's happening with Tucker? Is Tucker Carlson a reporter or a comedian?
He's definitely hilarious. Definitely.
I think he is a news-minded comedian. I think if he were to go off and rip, just turn him loose for 30 minutes, I think I would laugh as hard as I did at George Carlin.
Yeah.
Or Robin Williams,
And he's getting more and more free too, I think, and he is getting more and more funnier because he can kind of say what he wants to say.
And he never does have the pretentiousness to go, this is reality. He's actually saying, this is the reality we live in. This is what I see going on around me. Am I in another world? I mean,
it's the Twilight Zone that we're waking up in.
I watched that last year or so. No, from the pandemic forward. That's when he lost it. If you watch, he literally was trying to say the most absurd things possible.
Yeah. Let me play this.
Yeah.
Let me play some of this and we're going to wrap it.
What are you watching? I tell you what I'm not watching, the NFL. Oh, yeah, I refuse to watch that too, actually, because of how they handled the Kaepernick situation. By the way, get that sheepskin off your freaking face. Oh, here he goes. God help us if God were real. Oh, of course. You're kind of an uneducated idiot if you believe God is real. You're an idiot if you don't believe in God. Because there's not enough proof.
It's funny how he has the mask on, but it's tucked under his chin. And see, like the joke that they're making is that the both sides actually agree, just like they got different ways of justifying it or whatever.
Dude, you remember, God, it was like 4th or 5th, it was when the Oakland shootings came on. There was a thing where it's like white privilege and the KKK actually have the exact same argument if you take any color words out of it.
Speaking of proof, I think it's time we start proofing some of the media here. Misinformation, Joe Rogan, anyone? Oh, here we go. Classic far left, someone who doesn't believe in freedom of speech. Oh, I'm all for it. We need it for all. That's why I think we need to discuss critical race theory in our schools. Well, let's not get crazy. I believe in freedom of speech. As long as it aligns with my beliefs and opinion. Seriously, Joe Rogan. I mean, another white man, very powerful. What else is new? There's nothing wrong with a white man in charge. I prefer it, actually. Nothing wrong with it. Yes, there is. No more white guys in power. Yes, there should be. Except Joe Biden. What? Wait, okay. I was saying like no white guys in power, but like he's okay. Oh, I was saying like give me all the white guys except him. But I tell you what, no white man should tell anybody what they should or shouldn't do with their body. Okay, exactly, right? My body, my choice. Gotta admit, I'm surprised you took that stance on abortion. Did you just say the A word in my household? Oh my God, of course. You're talking about the vaccine mandate. Oh yeah, we don't say the F word in this house. Fauci or Pfizer? Oh, yeah. The vaccines work and you legally should have to get it. I don't trust it and I don't need it. I'm healthy, I'm fine here on my big pharma. Did you say big pharma? I hate big pharma. What about Pfizer? Yeah, I do that for protection. For myself, others. I don't need protection. How many guns do you own? As many as my forefathers gave me the right to own. Calm down. Stop. I'll tell you who doesn't need protection. Unborn fetuses. Okay, what if one of these babies went on to cure cancer? What if an immigrant cured cancer? You shouldn't live in this country unless you were born here. What about those forefathers of ours? Hey, they should have been held accountable. You know what? We're finally doing it. If you mess up, we take you down. Yeah, I actually agree with that. Yes. If you mess up, we make sure you never have the same life again. Yep. Strap into the electric chair, baby. Fry them up. Whoa, okay, no, just humiliate them and keep them alive and make sure they never work again. Oh, add another homeless to the encampments, huh? People need to work in this country. I'm all for it. We need more businesses. Black-owned, black-only staff, female-only staff. I like what you're saying. Keep them separate. I don't want to work there. You know what? You are driving me nuts. You are. You're wrong. You're wrong. Oh my gosh, I'm infuriated once again because I continually let political matters affect my happiness. I'm gonna head out. Okay. Yeah. Okay. What? Oh, are you packing something? You don't have to conceal around me. What is it? 9mm? Oh no, that's just how I open doors still. Sorry. Oh, okay. Yeah. Just go out there through the gates. Gates. I hate Bill Gates. Me too, actually. Okay, we can agree, right? He's too powerful. Microsoft chips. I'm gonna go. So yeah. All right. I'll pray for you.
He puts on the mask as he walks out of the house. Oh man.
I love that one.
Yeah, that was great. I want to read some comments. It says, the only inaccurate thing about this is how they were able to hold a conversation for over 3 minutes before going their separate ways. Ha ha. Yeah. I wish that we could hold the conversation longer. The way that's why I do this, what I do on this show. But yeah, the way it goes, it's like, people only want to talk to people who agree with them, especially on their political beliefs.
Well, see, I've been told that I end the conversation quicker than others because I ask, wait, what's our common ground? And let's throw that off to the side because no one wants to talk about the fact that is our common ground. It doesn't matter, in my opinion, it doesn't matter how we got to that being common ground. We agree. We're done. That conversation is over. We agree. Let's go on to what we don't agree about. Well, you're always trying to start fights and shit like that. It's like, no, man. The fight is not why we agree. If we have both come to the same conclusion, are we both wrong? Or are neither one of us wrong? Does it matter who's right or wrong? Because we've come to an agreement. Should that discussion be set to the side? Or is why we came to that decision so important that we can't get to the next question?
I love that, you know, but I got stuck on the both wrong part because it's like in my mind, it's like, you know, we can both be wrong, you know, or we can both be right.
We are all wrong.
Yeah.
We're always wrong. Everyone is wrong. If you can't admit to the fact that you can't be wrong, then I cannot have a discussion with you.
Yeah. You know, and the other thing is we can both be right. You know, it's perspective.
Exactly. And again, once we've come to the common ground where we both agree, where's the fight?
You know, and the other part that you said that stuck me is like, what does it matter as far as who's wrong or who's right? Like, what is the determination? Like, what did you accomplish? You know what I'm saying? What was the point? You know, of trying to determine who was right and who was wrong. You know, who.
Like I say, we agree, but again, we have to. And here's the actual beating myself with my own arguments. Was the comment of, does how we came to a common answer so disruptive that we can't agree on anything from there on? You came from this way, I came from that way. We agree. But because we came from those different directions, does that stop us from moving forward? Is the why we got there more important than the fact that we got there? Because that's what I'm seeing right now. Well, I agree. We need to. Well, you say we need to throw a whole bunch of money at making everything medical for everybody, and I'm not. This is not to start an argument. This is to illustrate a place where we both agree, but have different points of view. You think by throwing a whole lot of money at it, we can turn around and the government can take control of a free market system and stuff like that. I'm not saying that is a bad thing. I'm using that as an overall illustration. And I'm saying that if we get the collusion with corporation governments out of it, it will reduce the prices where we can all do it better and not be subjected to a substandard system. So we both agree that we need to have better medical for everybody. We just have different point of views about coming to how to do it.
How to get it done.
Right.
Let me read some comments. It says, Black only staff, female only staff. I like what you're saying. Keep them separate. That was too funny. Another comment that says, I love this. Points out the hypocrisy of both political spectrums. The fact that we can agree on things, and it is funny. Another comment, it says, this is amazing because it makes fun of both sides equally. I honestly can't tell which side the actor aligns with more. I love it. It's another comment that says, the far left side being against the death penalty, but pro you'll be poor and destitute for the rest of your life is the most accurate part of the whole video. I ain't gonna lie, that particular part, he felt like he was talking about me because I've made like almost that same comment. Another comment, it says, I had 2 kids in my debate class, one super left and the other super right, and they agreed on basically everything from gun control to immigration, but for vastly different reasons. It was scary. Edit, it says they were very far left and right according to political compass tests. They both knew a lot about politics. Another comment, it says, I found myself agreeing and disagreeing with both in equal measure. What a weird time to be in the middle of the political spectrum. Yeah. There's no middle no more. You just got far left and far right. Yeah. Let me see another one. It says, this is more of a representation of American liberal than someone who's actually far left. Good point. Good point there. Yeah, because I don't want to lead into an argument on this either, but I feel like there's not much of a actual left represented in our politics here in the United States. Not a real left. Because the left would sound totally crazy, like totally like insane. It wouldn't even get any like attention. It would just be considered crazy. The stuff I be talking about, like, because really I'm an anarchist at heart. Like, I want to see this whole thing just fall apart, man, and get rebuilt from the ashes.
Yeah, problem with that is the people that suffer are the poor and the black and the brown.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, anarchy becomes the first person that can pick up a club or build a gun and tell you, you do what I say now. And then the whole system starts over.
End up back in the same damn spot.
Nah, worse, because they'll have the technology to stop it at the feudal age, where you have the lords and you have the serfs, the haves and the have-nots, period, and the fuck yous.
The end. Yeah, man, I got to wrap it. It's almost 5 a.m. and I work a double tomorrow. I shouldn't have stayed on this long. I got to be at work at 10. Means I got to get up.
Always want to be in here, don't you?
I'm looking at 4 hours of sleep. I enjoyed it, though. It was fun. I do this for y'all. So I got to get out of here. Yeah.
That's my buddy Rorschach. He says hi. I'm making him mad because he's climbing all up where he shouldn't be.
Yeah. He's always making noises in the background. He's another voice in the show. Sometimes it'd be right on cue too, like an accent mark on a comment that somebody made.
Oh, still.
Somebody make a comment and then you hear meow.
Well, I actually have 3 cats, and the girl's not fit, so we have to separate them every now and then. And I've got a bathroom right next to me, which this crazy one, when I'm not talking to him, when I'm out here, he's like, hey, hey, hey.
Yeah. So what do you put the litter box in the bathroom?
Well, we got 2 litter boxes. We got one in the bathroom. We got one out. That way, as long as they keep scooped, neither one of them gets overwhelming or too nasty.
Yeah. That's the one thing I hate about cats. I mean, I love cats, but the one thing that bothers me about cats is the litter box.
So here's the question. Take care of a litter box or walk them 3 times a day.
I know. I choose the litter box, but it still sucks. Yeah. I hate walking dogs. Oh my God. Like, and you have to do it. You're tired as hell and then worked 20 something hours or something.
And if you live upstairs, it's even worse.
You have to take the dog out for the walk, or you're gonna
Because you
have
got to climb
major
upstairs
problems.
from work, tired,
Early in the
open
morning,
that door,
late at
walk
night.
right back freaking down after 8 hours of work, walk that freaking dog around.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, that's why dogs are like having like a kid. And that's what the hell I be thinking. I be like, I got another freaking child to take care of.
They,
Like, oh
they
my
both
God.
are. Okay, pets are both about having kids. The difference is, do you want to have a relationship, ups and downs with a cat, or do you want a loyal follower that loves you altruistically,
Yeah.
like a dog?
Like, no matter what. I like that.
It's what you need. If you need a loyal follower and a love no matter what, get a dog, man. It's freaking awesome.
Yeah. Cats work better with my personality because sometimes I be in the mood too. Like, I don't want to be bothered.
Exactly.
And that's
If you
how
want
cats
to,
are.
if you want to get trained for a relationship with a woman, get a damn cat.
Cause dogs want your attention all the time, no matter what. Like they don't never, they're never in a mood where they don't want to like deal with you or whatever. Like cats, sometimes they could go a whole day, a couple days without even like interacting with you. They'll be like, I'm doing my own thing. Like hey, do your thing over there. I'll do my thing over here. We good.
Dog, and I'm not knocking. I'm really not knocking because I've been called all kinds of names. Trust me, all over the internet about this idea of it. Like I say, you like a follower, you like a kid, you like a 2-year-old. You just want that love, no matter what. That's a dog. See, get off of my damn keyboard, cat.
Yeah, dogs want too much attention all the time, and sometimes it's just exhausting. Like, I don't feel like it right now.
What's funny, he wants his now because I'm talking into this, and it's more attention. As soon as I post this out of the way, and it's normal, he's not going to want to be up all in my face.
Yeah.
It's like, well, he's a jealous little fucker.
Yeah. Anyways, y'all, peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. We got to get out of here. We'll be back tomorrow.
Peace. Love.